All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is your 2-minute warning on Zoom. Now's a good time to have that last swig of water. Get your notebook ready. In studio, same thing. Grab those notepads and pens and take notes like your life depends on it. We'll be starting in approximately 90 seconds. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the GoPro Xperience. Are you ready? Please help me welcome to the stage the CEO of Network Marketing Pro, Marina Wari.
The full house. This is so exciting. This is actually we pushing the limits of this studio right now. Like we're really trying and seeing like how many people we can have live. And all of you watching from home, all of you connecting from all over the world, welcome, welcome. We actually going to be streaming the first session to different social media platforms. So at this point, I don't know, we're about a couple million people watching us live. So this is exciting. No pressure, no pressure. Come on. So, first of all, I want to welcome everybody to the 13th GoPro Recruiting Mastery. It started as a Recruiting Mastery, then it became a virtual GoPro. And this event we call GoPro Xperience, the wake-up call. And some of you probably thinking, is like, what the heck is the wake-up call? What's up with that? So let me tell you a little bit why we're calling this event a wake-up call. I think most of you are feeling that there are changes that are happening around the world. I know we have over 100 countries representing in the audience, either here in person or virtually, but I think we all can agree that things are changing. Something is happening in the world, the economies are changing, that overall feel is like something is up. And I do not quite understand what's happening. My business is not as good as it was. Our customers are kind of like acting a little funky. My distributors are not as excited. What is going on? And I do believe that right now we're in the challenging times and changing times when things are shifting. And what is happening when things are shifting? We have two tendencies to do, right? We either hide our head in the sand and wait for the storm to pass, and it's like, okay, please don't touch me. Let me kind of like be quiet over here. Or we go into action and we tackle the wind, we tackle the storm with our chin high up and the shoulders back and strong facing the challenges to come. And I think this is what most of the successful people that I know, that's what they do. They go straight with their face and go and see what are the challenges, what are the obstacles, because guess what? That's when we become stronger. Change is probably one of the most permanent things, right? Even though we do not know necessarily what happens, there are a lot of fears in the world. A lot of people are afraid to be on this stage because public speaking is actually number one fear. 61% of the population is petrified of public speaking. I'm one of those 61%, but guess what? All the different fears combined, sharks, snakes, flying, everything, right? None of those things come even close to one fear that I think is not necessarily identified or I haven't seen in any charts. And that's the fear of change, fear of unknown, because we do not know what's behind that mountain. We do not know what's on the other side. We do not know what this new year of my life, of my business, is going to bring. And that unknown either keeps people frozen or puts you into the action. And I feel like right now, that challenging, interesting time that we're in, a lot of your organizations are sitting in that fear of unknown, frozen and paralyzed. And those of you who decided, you know what, I'm not going to let that change affect my company. I'm not going to let that change affect my team, my leadership, my skill set, and my commitment to excellence. We are right now in this studio. I told you that our GoPro event took a big progression. We started with 200 people, gosh, 13 years ago. Lucky 13, right? 13 years ago, we had 200 people participating in this event. And we had the largest, close to 100,000 people. And right now, people are watching from all over the world, participating interactive or through the stream or here in person. And this studio is a perfect example of reaction to a difficult time, reaction to a change. We all survived COVID that shook up pretty much every part of the world. I do not know the country or the nation that was not affected by it, either through the health challenges or financial challenges, people losing their jobs, security, and again, that fear of unknown was wildly present, and you could almost smell it in the air. And Eric and I, we were not much different from everybody else. We were crossing our fingers and hoping for the best. In 2019, we had the GoPro event in person. That was the last in-person event. And since then, we started doing hybrid. And we sold over 7,000 tickets. Some of you heard that story. And then COVID hit. And we were hoping, and like, maybe they're going to open up. Maybe this thing gonna pass. Couple weeks, maybe couple months. It's gonna be over. We're gonna go back, and we're gonna be able to host our event. And those 7,000 tickets that were sold a year in advance, we're gonna double, triple, quadruple that number, and we're gonna have an amazing event. And then summer comes, and we realize things are not changing, and nothing is going to open up, and there is no way we're gonna have 7,000 people, less, let alone more. And that's when the idea of the studio came up. And let me tell you something. Creating something that didn't exist before to this scale, doing something that you don't quite know what it's going to look like in the end. I had no clue how to do any of this. And I'm not saying I'm the smartest person, because by far I'm not. And when Eric said, like, let's build a studio, who's going to do that? I looked left, I looked right, and there is nobody. And I'm just like, I guess it's gonna be me. And I'll have to figure out. I had no idea and slightest clue what it should look like, what it's gonna be, how I'm gonna do it, none of those things. But I knew one thing, that first of all, I'm a risk taker. I don't mind the challenge. I actually welcome a good challenge that allows me the ability to prove myself and others that I'm made of something, that I can do something, that I can make something out of nothing. And also, I realized there is a need, there is a problem. And I consider myself a good problem solver. And something for your notes, problem solving is the highest paid skill. Period, end of story. In our profession and in life in general, bigger the problem you can solve, bigger the paycheck. So I realized, like, okay, am I gonna shrink to the size of the problem, or I'm gonna rise up to the challenge? Am I gonna allow limiting beliefs, small minds tell me, it's like, this girl, she can't do it. She's just a woman. What are you expecting from a woman? It's like, she cannot build a technology. Are you crazy? No, Marina, you can't do it. It's nuts. I mean, it's like, you have how much time? That amount of time and you're going to do something special? Absolutely not. And it's going to take a lot of money. And it's going to take a lot of effort. And it's going to take all these different things. And I was like, okay, watch me. I was told that it's going to take me $3 to $5 million to build this project, to build this studio. First of all, $3 to $5 million is a lot of money. Okay, I don't care who you are; it's a lot of money, and it's a lot of money for me. So Eric and I was like, do we want to swing for the fences, and do we really want to commit this amount of money for something we do not know if it's going to work? Is it going to be just a one-time thing, or is it going to be something that we're going to use moving forward? What are we going to do? That number, first of all, rose 5 times more. We ended up spending $20 million to begin with and 5 more to improve and make things better. The amount of time that it took was absolutely insane. If you hold a gun to my head, I swear to God, today, I will not be able to make it happen. Even though now I know what I'm doing, or at least I have an idea what I'm doing or what I'm trying to build. But one thing I knew, that I need to put the team of excellent people, professionals who know what they're doing. And I'm going to try and figure out as we go. And like I said, it was a lot of challenging, interesting events that happened. I had to fire one team. I had to bring another team. I had to trust the process. I had to believe that Eric is going to do his part, because he was promoting working 12, 14 hours a day, doing calls for some of you, for the leaders, for the companies, to paint the vision, to show what's the possibilities of the studio is going to be, to explain how exciting and amazing this event going to be. And I had to build a studio, because guess what? If he succeeds and I fail, we both screwed. Because like, if all of you showing up and there is no place for you to show up, it's a problem. Or if I do my job and I succeed and he fails, we screwed up too, because now I have the studio and there is nobody in there. And there is nobody participating and having this experience. So, first of all, we had to trust each other. And one thing I remember during those crazy weeks, I don't even want to repeat how many, but the team worked tremendously. They were working literally day and night. And it was around holidays, the Thanksgiving. We had Thanksgiving here with the team because they were working. I brought turkey and all the different foods and everything that we normally eat around the family dinner. And that day, that year, that Thanksgiving, my family was here. And I was sharing the meal with that family. And I was absolutely grateful for the commitment of those people, for their professionalism, and for our friendship that we were able to develop, because it was a gutsy move on all of us. People were putting everything into this project. And their commitment to excellence inspired me more than anything, because the professionals who are working in the studio, they building the stadiums, they building the airports, they building excellent, amazing projects around the globe. And I had the privilege to lock arms with them and build this studio. So my question to all of you, through the challenging times, through whatever is happening in the world, in your company, in your country, in your team today, what is the level of commitment to your excellence? Are you committed to your future? Are you committed to excellence? Are you going to face the wind and the storm that we are going through right now throughout global economies and the challenges that are happening in different financial institutions and economies around the globe? What is your commitment to excellence? And do you know the answers, and do you know how to fix what you're facing? And if the answer is no, that's okay. I had no clue either. But I think that surrounding myself with professionals, surrounding myself with people who know more than I do, looking up to them, and being smart enough to ask for help, be okay enough to ask for advice, be okay to accept that help, and be okay to step into unknown through my fears, through my naysayers, through everything who called me crazy. Because guess what? In our profession, a lot of people love to call you crazy. And then they're gonna brag how they know you and how they met you and how amazing a friend they are of yours. because now you're somebody, right? Now you're important. Now you're a big deal. And everybody wants to be associated with that light, with that power, with that influence. But nobody wants to be there to hold you up when you're stumbling, when you're making mistakes, when you're falling on your face. Because I realized one thing: in order for us to get to our goals, to get to our dreams, to get to where we want to go, we have to embrace the failure. We have to embrace naysayers. We have to embrace people who pointing the fingers and laughing into our face. And guess what? That's okay, because that's what makes us stronger. That's what makes us who we are. I would not change anything that happened in my life, because it made me the woman I am today. It made me the mother I am today. It made me the wife I am today. It made me a badass businesswoman that I consider myself today. So, with that being said, I would like to introduce our amazing host, because we have amazing, powerful, packed with value 3 days for all of you. We're going to be talking about what is happening in our profession. Eric will be giving you all the insights and the strategies necessary through these challenging times, so the next 12 months for you and your teams can look completely different, because during this time there will be winners and losers. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to sugarcoat it to you, and Eric going to give you straight as well. They're going to be people that next 12 months going to be the best 12 months of their life, of their business, and they're going to be another tale of that story, right? There are going to be people who are going to say, it's the most horrible time. I lost my income. I lost my team. I lost everything. And our goal with this event to make sure that neither you or your team's gonna be on the losing side. And instead, you're gonna take the market share, you're gonna take your company, your team, your business to a completely new level. And to do that, to help me host this event, please help me bring on stage Robbie Lowe, who's been in our profession for quite some time, who knows what it takes to build this business. He's done multiple events. Robbie, thank you, my friend.
Let's hear it up for Marina Worre. By far the best dressed here. Isn't she amazing? Go ahead and have a seat. Thank you so much for being here. Welcome to GoPro 2023. Like Marina said, my name is Robbie, and I am beyond excited to be the host, to be here, to be able to be with you. I absolutely love this profession. I've watched years and years of success of people around me. Now, Marina said Robbie's been in this business for a while. I do not claim to be an expert at what you do well. What I love to do is stand here and facilitate great value from amazing people like Eric. Later today, we have Patrick Bet David. Yeah! Get excited about that. You don't even know who's coming on day 3. We have a secret. We have so many amazing. You don't. I want to say it, but I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna take it from Eric. I'm gonna let Eric have his moment for that. In fact, Eric is gonna have the majority of the moments on stage. How many of you would love if Eric Worre were to just get up here right now so that we can get this party started? Raise your hands high, okay? Awesome. Well, you got me for just a little bit longer, all right? Now, we have people all, look at this. We have so many of you at home. I see you on your screens right now. Brenda, I'm waving at you right now. Doris, I can see you. Diane McDowell, I see so many of you here. It's such a great experience to be able to stand on a stage where we get to be here live in an amazing studio. And you just heard the story of Worre Studios and Marina and her vision. How many of you really saw the vision of what Marina was sharing as she was talking about COVID and having live events and creating this space for an online experience? Who really saw her vision? Raise your hands. When we can communicate our vision, is that important? We are going to learn how to communicate our vision here. We're going to learn how to communicate our vision to ourselves, to our team, to those around us, and we're going to learn it from Eric. So I have so many, look at how the chat is just going insane right now. We have so many people excited to be here. So I want to handle a few things as we get started. And for those of you live here in the audience, you've had some of these details. I want everyone to keep in mind this is a no prospecting zone. GoPro is so unique in that we have the opportunity to congregate with different products, different businesses, different solutions, different ideas, and Do it without recruiting others. Do it without prospecting. Do it by building ourselves and absorbing the information. So for those of you that are online, thank you for being here. We are going to call you out. In fact, if I wanted to, I could call someone right now, put them right here on the screen. We could hear from them. So be on the screen. When you're there, and I can see Crystal Wilson, for example, when I can see someone, isn't it nice to hear your name, to know that you're there? These screens right here all represent individuals trying their very best to build their business. So let's give all of those joining us at home a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. All across the world even. You came all the way from your couch right here into Worry Studios. So thank you for being here. Your energy, your attendance matters to all of us. Now, for the live audience, we already went through a few things on how we can get the most out of the meeting, but we want to lay a few of those things out quickly so that we have that done. Can we get my slides up for just a moment so that I can see those? Now, when it comes to the live stream, I know we have so many joining us on the live stream. Did Marina say 1 million? Pretty sure she did. This is a big organization with a lot of exposure. When we're streaming online, we're going to be doing that until 1 p.m., okay, when we go to lunch. Now, what that means is encourage your teams, encourage those to be on the stream, but also for those of you that are on the stream and you're watching in right now, know that if you go to GoPro2023.com, you can get a ticket to be here with us for all 3 days. Now, for those of you here in studio, should they take action on that? What do you think? Absolutely. Join us. We got 3 days of this good stuff. We've got Eric Warre who will be coming up today. Let's give Eric a gigantic round of applause. Okay. We'll have a whole lot more. We've got panelists coming on stage today that are industry veterans that have cracked the code, that understand how it works, and they're still building themselves. They're still showing up to GoPro saying, what can I do to improve myself, to improve those around me, to improve this world? So we've got some great panelists. We've got a pretty decent run of show when it comes to what content we're going to cover. We're going to focus on recruiting on day one, how to attract people into our business, how to have those conversations. We're going to have a recruiting panel where the experts that we discuss have experience in understanding how to, attract great leaders into our business. On day two, we're going to be focusing on duplication. Okay. Now, duplication is a word that we hear so much in the network marketing profession. How many of you want to truly understand what duplication is by the end of this training? Raise your hands up. That is one thing I will guarantee you will know what duplication is and understand some steps for you to take to be able to feel that in your business. Now, day three, we're going to get into leadership. Can't say enough about leadership, especially for this profession, can we? I love looking right here. It's so many leaders. I talked to some of you yesterday. I'm like, man, we got a bunch of leaders right here. We have leaders throughout this entire audience. We have leaders that are joining us from all across the world, and we're going to discuss leadership through our training here today. Now, a couple of ideas for those of you that are home for you to get the most out of this. Be on the screen like we mentioned. Join us in the chat box. In fact, join us in the chat box right now. Let us know. Where are you? Let us know where you're watching from so that we can start to see some of these areas. Now, while you're following online, you are following on a dashboard. The dashboard that you have as you're following us online will continue to populate with new buttons throughout the 3 days. So anytime you see a new button pop up, it's like Christmas morning, click on that, see what they got. They're handing out things. They're giving great ideas. There's a lot that we can do. So whenever you're online, follow and you're on your dashboard, look for those new buttons that are going to pop up for you. All right. Now, while you're online, if you are going to take a bathroom break, I think we each know that we shouldn't take our phones in, correct? I saw that in the notes. I was like, oh, we need to remind people about that. Okay. I was thinking, the other thing is when the camera's on, we can see you. So we can see you. So I can see you, Kim. I can see you right there, Kim Miller. So we can see everybody. So while you're there, we can see you. So keep that in mind with and with your clothing, things like that. All right. I don't think we need to remind the live audience about clothing, right? We're good on that. So when we do this and you are at home and you've got to take that quick break, get right back. One of the standards we want to set right now is to be on time. Is that fair for all of us to say, hey, let's get on time? We don't want to miss out. We don't want to miss things. We don't want to, have any things that could be that one piece of knowledge and understanding that we really needed to break through. I know some people come to GoPro because their business is at a place where they say, I need a breakthrough. Anyone here feeling like you're ready for a breakthrough? Raise your hands. If you're online, put that in the chat box, put breakthrough. That's what you deserve. You deserve a breakthrough. We all deserve that breakthrough. That's why we're here. We get this spark of energy, this spark of knowledge, this spark of understanding to get things going. Now, a couple of other things. We have a lunch for the VIP. Those of you that are online, the VIP, we have a FAQ today at lunch. So for any of you who have those VIP tickets, then that will start at lunch. We'll have the VIP Q&A. That'll be on day 1 and on day 2. So make sure you're jumping into the VIP Q&A for those of you that are at home. For those of you that are live in studio, we will have lunch. When we break for lunch, we're going to take 60 minutes as a hope. If you look around the room, we've got a lot of us to feed. And because we're saying as a hope, what that means is we may extend for lunch. So those of you that are at home understand that we may extend for lunch depending on how that process goes. It might go 90 minutes. That means you need to be plugged in. You need to be looking at your dashboard, knowing when we're about to get started. We will have here in the studio the voice of God. John, are you here?
Yes, I am.
Hear that? Isn't that fun? Right? John's going to do so many amazing things today. He's going to keep this light and entertaining. He's going to keep us focused, but he's going to put some things up here that will be very valuable for you. Have your phones ready to take pictures of people up here, of the things that you have. It's okay to do that. Post to social media. Share with others that you're here. Share with people that you are doing things to improve yourself, to improve your business, to get to the next level, to go beyond leadership. Whatever you can do, let them know that you're doing that, because this is about getting other people to pay attention to what we're doing so that we can create an impact for them, whether that's with products, business, solutions, whatever it is. Thank you, John. I appreciate that. So wanted to cover, the VIP lunch is something that we definitely wanted to make sure we have. Guys, I'm not seeing my slides, John, so I don't know what is going on. I've got someone else's up here. So for those that are in the VIP, you'll have the VIP Q&A that will happen at lunch. And then after lunch, when we come back, just as a commitment from everybody, be here in your seats on time as quickly as you can. For those of you that are at home, make sure that you're logging in on time. Can we all get a nice verbal commitment on that with a nice yes? Will we all be on time? Yes! Oh my God, this is so easy. Like usually you have to go and draw energy out of people. I feel like you're going to be feeding energy to the stage all weekend. I'm going to be the first to say thank you. I love that. I love that. And as you are at home and you're watching, you'll see that there are 6 different camera angles. And these camera angles are going to find some of you. They're going to find your leaders. So pay attention for the first couple of hours. That's going to be all over social media. So check it out. See, for those of you that are at home, check out your team. See that they're paying attention. We had a commitment earlier. I said, hey, everyone here, give us that energy. You remember this, guys? Yeah, I was like, give us that energy. Well, there's a reason. We're setting a great example. And for those of you that are at home, you're setting a great example as well. For your families, for the people around, people that know that you're on this because you're taking your time to do this. Roy, I saw you clapping right there. Way to go. Okay, now when you're at home, this right here is another great way to clap. We can see. Let's see you guys do this. Okay, does anyone know what this is? Yeah, sign language, right? So now we can do that. So feel free to do that and really, really get involved here today as we get going. Now, a couple of other housekeeping items to make sure of. We talked about bathroom breaks. We've talked about being on time. We've talked about the energy levels that we need to have. Besides that, for anyone that is online, just making sure that they're on screen, on time, all of that as well. And that's most of what we need to do in order for us to have a good event. So let's talk about what we can do now that we're in our seats. We know some of the guidelines. We've got some of these prospecting zones and those understandings out. what can we do to get the most out of these next 3 days? Now, I've been very fortunate in my career to have the opportunity to be in events like this. I started young, 22 years old, 25, I was speaking full time. 37, I started coaching full time. Now I'm 43, and every opportunity that I have to speak, I take differently. I used to take it for granted. I used to stand up there and, oh, look at this is fun for me. I get to do it. I love this. Have you ever been on stage at convention? How many of you have spoken on stage at convention? A lot of fun, right? What's happening in that moment? The person on stage is sharing things. They've got stories. They've got ideas. They have authority. There's a reason they were asked to be up here. So when we see these panelists, be focused. They will have one or two sentences that you go, that right there is exactly what I needed to hear. That is the breakthrough I was looking for. That is the issue that I have. Now, when Eric comes up here, like laser focus, like tractor beams, like whatever it is, like so focused, because what's unique about Eric is this. Now, we have such a unique space with network marketing in that you look at all the products and solutions and services and ways to do this, and the involvement of teams and how that works, and traditional versus traditional business versus network marketing. Like when you look at all of those areas, it's very rare to have someone who is an expert on each and every one of these areas. Because like when you're in the field, I'll say it because there's probably not a lot of corporate people here, but a lot of times there's like a fight between the field and corporate. And corporate and the field are doing this, and so in the field we think we're like in two different places. Like we're this and they're that. It's an us and them situation. And so when you have that, it's really hard to learn from each other, especially considering the field has a different life experience every day. We're doing different things, different activities, different behaviors. And in corporate, different activities, different behaviors, different mindset, the employee mindset, the entrepreneur mindset. These are all things that we look at this and go, how do we know all of it? How can we get to know all of those things? And really the only answer is experience. Have you found that with network marketing, the more you do it, the easier it becomes? Experience. Like 28 years, someone told me yesterday that she's been with one organization. I had another person who told me 11 years, one organization. Imagine what they know by being focused. Now in 2009, GoPro, I think it was 2009, GoPro was written. They started doing these GoPro events. You heard Marina talk about that. I went to GoPro for the first time in 2015 with this guy right here. So when I went to GoPro and had this experience, I didn't really know what the profession was all about. All I knew is there was some money to be made, there was some opportunity, some great products, and people said it was a great thing. I showed up to GoPro and I met people like you. Not people from my organization, the company I was with, because it was great, but I met people like you that have all these life experiences from across the world. And those experiences in your business, like I'm sitting here learning from a different point of view. Well, Eric does that as his daily routine, but it's not like having a conversation with someone getting started. Yes, he can have that conversation at a very high level, but he has that conversation with those that are doing the very best in our profession. He's having that conversation and they are coming to him saying, what do I do? How do I move forward? How do I improve this? How do I improve that? The unique experience that we have to hear someone like Eric Worre be able to share the things that he has experienced over the past 35 years. Let's give that a round of applause. 35 years. Whether that's ownership, whether that's field level, corporate level, Eric has been in this space and moved his way from wherever he was to literally the top of the space, the most trusted name in this profession. And here's the thing. Thank you. Yeah, let's give that a round of applause. I love that. I'm gonna give you knuckles. I always like to have like one audience member who's like my applause starter. So I'm coming to you, Jeff. This is Jeff Beebe, everyone. So when Eric starts into this process in 2009 with GoPro and then starts doing online events, live events, hybrid events, all the things that he's done, He's garnered the trust of the field. Would you agree? Yes. He's garnered the trust of the field. 2 days ago, there was a CEO summit. And before I get into the CEO summit, because I don't want to, Eric's going to talk about it. I want to get him up here as soon as I can. But I've got to, having you learn from Eric without fully understanding the value he can bring to you, it would be a waste. I want you to understand this from such a deep level, because we need to just settle our feet for a moment and go, okay, let's figure out who we're learning from so that you can absorb the knowledge, okay? So with Eric, he's got the CEO Summit 2 days ago. Well, that event, that CEO Summit had 25% of the market share in network marketing. 25%, 40 billion was represented. So he's got 60 companies there. And who is it? The field? The field, Eric has the field's trust. Like we've established that. 60 different companies from our network marketing space in the same room. Now, if you've ever heard of flow state, have you heard of flow state? Raise your hand if you've heard of flow state, okay? Flow state, I love the description of flow state is when you do something really, really hard effortlessly. So like we hear flow state when we think of extreme athletes, like snowboarders that are like jumping off cliffs and, they're just calmly just 200-foot drop off this cliff, they're in the flow state. Well, the flow state is a state anybody can enter into. It's the state of consciousness where we do something that others would perceive as challenging and we do it really, really well. That flow state is a powerful state for someone to be in. In fact, has anyone here ever felt yourself in that flow state? And it's okay to say yes. Raise your hands. Okay, some of it might be the sport that you play. It might be whatever it is that you do really well and you've put a lot of time and energy and effort into. You get into that flow state. What's unique about a flow state is when someone is in the flow state, they are completely relaxed. They're completely calm in a sea of danger, fear, things that could go wrong. Well, getting into that flow state, do you think there's such thing as coaching in a flow state? So I'm at the CEO Summit. I'm sitting in the back. I've coached so many CEOs. And one of the things that I've learned is that a lot of CEOs have a gigantic, you guys already know, you knew, I didn't have to say it. I didn't have to say it, right? You got it. Well, that ego oftentimes will run them. And when you work with someone with an ego, has anyone ever tried to coach someone with an ego? Raise your hand. What is that like? Yeah, picture it in your mind. What's it like? It's annoying. It's so bad, right? Yeah, and so if you're trying to coach someone with an ego, it becomes this fight. Well, what about this? Oh, well, I don't do that because of this. Well, what about this? Well, we don't do that either because of this. They've got a rhyme, a reason for everything they do. 2 days ago, it was so fun for me because I sit over there and I take notes and nobody knows who I am. I'm sitting over in the corner and I'm watching, and I was watching the crowd more than I was watching Eric because I was interested in the experience they were having learning, because this was 60 companies, over 120 executives in one room, and I watched Eric Worre get into a flow state of coaching. And I watched every one of them at the edge of their seats as he explained comp plans, how to work with the field, how to work with leaders, how to understand your own compensation plan from a corporate side, from a field side. He did all of these things in a way, and I'm telling you, these CEOs and these executives were on the edge of their seat. I had never seen someone coach in a flow state like that. It was effortless. Think of the danger you have when you get a bunch of companies in the same room. Some companies that sprung off from the others and, we used to be together, but now we're not anymore. Look at this, right? This is awkward. Well, Eric was in that area, that, refiner's fire, so to speak, coaching at a flow state. He has the trust of the field. We've established that. Eric has the trust of corporate as well. So thank you. I appreciate that. That is important. And here's what's important. When Eric asked me to do this, part of that process is this: putting Eric in the right situations with the right individuals at this time is critical because he has trust of the field and he has trust of corporate. Who else has that? In the world, who else has that? So Eric has created this united opportunity where he can stand in the middle as a bridge and say, listen, this is what they need. Listen, this is what they need. Can we be adults and work together? This is who we get to learn from today. I wanted to be sure to set that stage. Eric has trained over 1,000 network marketing professionals to become $1 million annual earners. Wow. Right? Go deeper on that. He's trained 10,000 plus to be six-figure earners. More. Right? That puts him at millions of people that he's helped just have a nice side gig. That he's helped have a little bit of extra. Maybe get their products for free. Maybe just be a part of a really cool profession. And come out to great events and learn and personally develop and grow. That's Eric. And that is who we get to learn from for the next 3 days. Are you excited? I'm so excited. So I'm going to wrap right now. I want to bring Eric up here. When it comes to the next few hours, I'll set the stage here. We've got Eric for the next few hours. I want to get off stage. I'm ready to hear. I'm like ready to come out. I see an empty seat right there. I'm going to be sitting there taking notes because he's going to bring them. Okay, as he's sharing, keep in mind this is about activity. It's about commitment. It's about long-term. It's about follow-through. All these buzzwords that we hear in the network marketing profession. And that begins with you sitting, taking the notes, thinking of the actions, writing the actions down, making commitments, saying, here's where I'm going to invest in myself. Here's where I'm going to invest in my team. Here's the changes. Here's what I need to do different. Here's where I need to apply more trainings. Here's where I need to get more tools for the team. Eric's going to be sharing those things. Write them down. Be ready. Be prepared. Because you are about to learn from the world's foremost expert in network marketing. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in giving your warmest welcome to Eric Worre.
Hello. How you doing? Welcome. I'm so glad you're here. Have a seat. We got a lot of work to do. My friends, so great to see you. I'm excited to be able to share some ideas with you. A very important time in network marketing. Do me a favor, those of you, because I didn't get to see backstage, name where you're from, throw it in the chat. And how many different countries do we have represented? I know we have United States, Canada, Japan, Germany, Venezuela. What's up? France, Greece. What was it? Scotland, South Africa. Huh? Chile, Ecuador, Puerto Rico, Costa Rica. I thought you said Puerto Rico. I said, yeah. I know there's a lot, but it's great to see you. Great to have you. My apologies in advance. I only speak English, so those of you that this is a second language, I'll try to talk slowly and clearly so you can understand everything I'm saying over the course of these 3 days. We got a lot that we're going to be covering. I'm very, very excited about this, and I'll tell you why I'm excited about this. This is a strange time. Post-pandemic, it's a strange time. Would you agree? How many would agree this is a strange time in the world? Strange time in terms of limiting beliefs. Strange time in terms of behavior. People who were willing to do things before and they're not willing to do them now. What happened? What's going on? So these limiting beliefs are rolling around, and that's all fine and good. But here's what I will tell you. My opening statement is this. The next 2 years are likely the most important 2 years in my entire career. my last 35 years, the next 2 years are going to be the defining period of time for you. You're going to be either defining that period of time or that period of time is going to define you, one way or the other. And not to sound negative, but if you're not prepared for the next 2 years, if the limiting beliefs that you have in your mind, if you allow them to stay there, it's going to be a very difficult 2 years. Just tell you right now. But if you're prepared, the next 2 years can be the 2 years that 20 years from now, 30 years from now, you look back on and say, that was the season when everything changed. That was the season I was ready for the moment. I took action when other people froze. And I changed my life, and I helped other people change theirs. It literally is that important. I'm not over-exaggerating. It's going to be a tale of two cities. It's going to be the best of times for some, and it's going to be the worst of times for others. For though inside the same companies sometimes. Organizations going straight up, organizations going straight down. Same product, same compensation plan, same company, but different belief systems. That's what's going to determine whether you go up or you go down, whether you grow or if you're stagnant. You could take advantage of this opportunity. You could become a victim of this season, or you can just be on cruise control, try and collect as much check as you can over this period of time, and kick yourself 10, 15 years from now saying, I sleptwalked through the greatest season ever. I was there. Who has a story that back in my life, if I would have bought that real estate, or if I would have taken that action, or if I would have bought that stock, I was going to do it, but I just didn't? How many have a story like that? Right? I don't want this season to be that story for you. Okay? So let me just start by saying this. Network marketing is not perfect. It has its challenges. It's judged. It's misunderstood. It's poked fun at here and there. It's emotional, highly emotional. Nobody tells us that, how emotional this business is. Like when I had a job, I didn't get this emotional all the time. I just showed up and did the work, went home. I get mad every once in a while, but I wasn't crying. But network marketing is just like so personal. But here's why that's so great. The reason why it's personal is it is a mirror that forces you to look at yourself and to acknowledge your limitations and to change. You can hide in a company. You can play politics in a company. You can make excuses and blame others in a company. But here, your check is literally a direct reflection of the value you're providing to the company and to your team and to your customers. It's a direct reflection, penny for penny. Whatever that check is, that's the value you brought. That's good news or bad news, right? That's not true inside of a company. You can hide for years inside of a company. Keep your head down, don't make waves, do just enough, hide in your cubicle or hide at home now. It's even better. Hide at home, tell them you're there, make a recording of you that you can put up on the Zoom that makes it look like you're there. You can do all kinds of cool stuff inside of a company, but not here. Not here. So, as we start, I want to just take a quick inventory. And I'd like to do it at home as well. Hello, Clarissa. Hello, Doris. Hello, Charles, Regina, Anna, Debbie. Hi, everybody. Good to see you. Good to see you. It's so great to see everybody. I can read. You get to a certain age, and all of a sudden your eyesight changes. Anybody? Has anybody had this? Like I was 20/20 forever, man, and then just boom, I can't read. And like literally, these are like new because, and I still feel like I'm in a fishbowl. They're brand new, so I can read now, but I can see you too. I finally had to go to the eye doctor and say, okay, come on, go ahead. Give me what I got to do to be able to see. I'm ready to stop being so proud about all this stuff. But first thing I want to do, I want to take inventory. And those of you at home, I'd like you to play along. Even if it feels silly, you're sitting in your living room or you're sitting in your, wherever you're sitting. If you're making $10,000 a year or more with your network marketing business, a little part-time income, stand up, please. 10 or more, 10 or more, 10 or more, 10 or more, everybody. At home too, stand up if you're making $10,000 a year or more. I can see you. I want to see you standing up. I know it cuts off your head, we just see your torso. Good to see you. All right, stay standing. If you're making $25,000 a year or more, remain standing. Everybody else sit down. $25,000 a year or more, remain standing. Everybody else sit down. It's not meant to make you feel bad. I just want you to look around. And in the notes, if you're a 10, put a 10 in the comments. And then 25 in the comments. If it's 25 or more, all right. If you're making $50,000 or more a year or more, remain standing. Everybody else have a seat. If you're making $100,000 a year or more, big number, aspirational number, remain standing. Everybody else have a seat. Take a look around. These are all six-figure earners. Just here in the room. How many are still standing out here? I'm looking. So if you're 100, put 100 in the chat. All right, now we're going to get serious just for fun. We have 400 people here in the room, so it's not exactly a representation of the world, but it's a representation of what's possible, yes? If you're making $250,000 a year or more, remain standing. Everybody else have a seat. Didn't lose very many. All right. If you're making $500,000 a year or more, remain standing. Everybody else sit down. Take a look. That's a lot. What do we have? 50 people that are making $500,000 a year or better in the room? $750,000 a year. If you're making that, remain standing. Everybody else, sit down. Here's the big one. If you're making $1 million a year, remain standing. Everybody else sit down. How many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, like 35. Okay, now we're going to get a little nuts. What was the number? 750 or $1 million? We went to $1 million. $1.5 million. If you're doing better than 1.5 million a year, remain standing. Everybody else have a seat. Congratulations. $2 million a year or more, remain standing. 2 million. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hey, Jeff. $2.5 million a year. Remain standing. Same group. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. At least 6. Do I hear 3 million a year? And now let's just use the run rate, right? Because some of you are growing. Again, if you're $250 a month or more, if you're $250,000 a month or more, remain standing. Everybody else sit down. Did we lose anybody? Okay. What am I at? 3 million? 3.5. We lost one. 4 million. 4 million. We still have 4. What is going on? 4.5 million. Oh, we lost 2. We got 2 left. 5 million? 5 million? I'm not losing. 5.5. 6. 7 million. We still got 2? 8 million. We lost 1. So, but what's your run rate now, approximately? Just shout it out. Yeah, I know, but what? Give me a number. Over 10 million. Give her a big round of applause. Go ahead, have a seat. Well done, well done, well done, well done. All right. Isn't that wild? A room of 400 people. Now, here's what I'm going to tell you. What I'm going to tell you is everybody else around the world, I just want you to know what's possible. Not everybody will make this type of income, but anybody can. There's nothing that will stop you unless you allow it to stop you. When I started my network marketing journey, I was nobody's prize. I was a mess. I was 23 years old and had 18 jobs prior to getting involved in network marketing. And I started down the road. My first 3 years, I'll never forget, the day I decided to go pro, the day I decided to treat this like a profession, learn the skills, I realized that for the first time in my life, if I became great at this, not just in my head, but in practice, then nothing could stop me. I mean, I literally would become unstoppable. I would find the people in those rooms, find out what they do, and I would just copy that until I could internalize it. And then I'd find the next skill and the next skill, and I started collecting a list of skills. And not just the list, but I learned that learning is like your left leg. Doing is like your right leg. You learn more from doing than you do study, right? So I'd get an idea here, then I'd put it into action here. And I'd get a feedback loop, and I'd figure out how to do it better for the next time. I'd learn, then I'd learn a little bit more, and then I'd take a little bit more action. And I realized that progress was perfection. I could master this. Nobody could stop me. If you want to become CEO of Coca-Cola, there's a lot of things that are going to stop you. Politics, your education. I mean, 1 million people trying to stop you along the way. Here, you can become unstoppable if you make a decision and you get better every day. There's a myth that here's the way that you succeed in network marketing. Just don't quit. That's actually not true. How many people do you know that haven't quit and are still stuck? Anybody know anybody that hasn't quit and still stuck? So it's don't quit, of course, because if you quit, then you can't succeed, obviously. But don't quit and get better every day. Don't quit and improve a little bit every day. Don't quit and engage in your ongoing development. So I'm excited to be able to share with you over these 3 days. And this GoPro, we stripped it all back. I'm going to be doing all the training for 3 days, and we're going to have some guests, a few panels, some celebrities that are going to come in for some flavor because your brain's going to need a break. I hope you take these notes and turn them into productivity, that you have this be your playbook to be able to capture the moment, be prepared for the opportunity. This is a strange time. And there's a lot of limiting beliefs rolling around in our profession. Let's talk about some of those limiting beliefs. Tell me if you're hearing any of these things. Network marketing saturated. Everybody's said yes or no to network marketing. Anybody ever heard this one? What's next? Geography. If you're in Brazil, this is amazing. You're in the United States, you can't build. If you're in Italy, fantastic. But if you're in Spain, they don't want to work. If you're in South Africa, unbelievable. But if you're in Nigeria, can't happen. What, you know what I'm saying? Everybody's got this belief system. It's either our culture's different here, you don't understand. When I traveled around the world, and as I continue to travel around the world, I get picked up by somebody, and they just say, hey, before we check into this event, whatever, can I tell you something? Like, yeah, it's different here. I just want you to know it's a little different here. It's like people don't really like network marketing here, and there's a couple articles that came out in the newspaper, and there's things that are being said, and the haters are real, and the culture, beware of the culture. Are there some cultural sensitivities? Yes, of course. Can you be disrespectful to a culture? Yes, of course. Be careful of that. But are hopes and dreams a constant no matter where we go in the world? Of course. So don't let the limiting belief about your culture cause you to play smaller, number one. Number two, it's never geography. As I did talk to these CEOs 2 days ago, they're like, tell me about this country, tell me about that country. I said, hold it. It's never about where. It's about who. It's wherever a leader decides to get involved is the market that's going to go. It's whenever a strong personality gets involved, that's where that market's going to go. It's not that this country's good for network marketing and that country's bad for network marketing. It has nothing to do with it. Geography's never the issue. Neither is culture. What's next? Reputation problems. Yeah, like this article, this hater, this website, all of this stuff. It's just making it so hard for me. Next. It's a tough economy. Products are expensive, man. How to join? Hey, people are just trying to pay their bills. How do you expect me to get them to join in an economy or in a marketplace where people don't have enough money to eat? We just can't do it. Anybody have heard that? It's like, oh man, we need to lower the price of entry. We need to change the price of these products because we can't succeed with this. Next. I can't get my team to go to work. People are lazy. This generation. Nobody wants to work anymore. Everybody's a bunch of lazy asses. They're just sitting there. My team's just sitting there staring at me. It's like, come on, do something. They're like, I'm trying. Next. What worked before isn't working anymore. We used to do this thing and we get this result. We used to do that thing and we get this result. Now I'm doing that thing and it's not working. Next. Regulatory requirements. My company won't let me say anything. I used to be able to say what my product and my opportunity did for me, and now they won't let me say anything. They won't let me show my car. They won't let me show anything. And again, I understand when you used to in the wild, wild west, but it is irresponsible for us to make those representations. When I started in network marketing, we had flip books filled with paycheck photocopies. Here's this person on my team, and here's that person on my team, and here's this person in my upline, and here it is, and here it is, and here it is. And was that cool? Yes. Was it responsible? No. Next. Too many changes. Oh my God, the company's doing this, the company's doing that. They're changing the product, they're changing the formula, they're changing the comp plan. I can't keep up. It's just too much. Next. I can't keep my team to engage. Zoom fatigue. A new word showed up. Or a phrase there's Zoom fatigue. Zoom fatigue. Sick of Zooms. People won't travel. Can't get people to show up for events. Next. Too many distractions. There's so many things out there. There's master reseller rights, and there's affiliate programs, and there's influencer strategies, and there's competitors everywhere, and they're all picking away at at the edges of our business, and how are we supposed to succeed with this? Next. Social media is changing. I'd be much more successful if they didn't change the algorithm. I was fine. And then they changed the algorithm, and now I can't recruit the same. Dirty bastards. Why they do that stuff? Next. My leaders are tired. My leaders are tired, man. They're burned out. They're discouraged having to rebuild. Heard any of these things? Here's the general theme. Now, I see across about maybe 300 companies or so in real time. I know what's working, what's not. I know what leaders are innovating and what companies are innovating, those who are playing defense, those who are playing offense, those that are pivoting and adapting, and those who have their head in the sand. I see it all. But here's the general message amongst the organizations that are struggling today. Network marketing might be in trouble. This feels different. You know, this feels different. So let me just tell you this. This whole list that I just shared with you, it's all bullshit. None of it is real. Not any of it is real. This whole list is the same list that existed 35 years ago. It's the same list that existed 20 years ago, and 10 years ago, and 5 years ago. And it's going to still exist in another 5 years, and another 10 years, and another 15 years. And you can either accept it and accept the results that you're going to get from allowing that belief system to stay in your mind, allowing that meme to stay inside of your team, allowing those limiting beliefs to control you and your organization and even your company. Or you can smash these limiting beliefs, replace them with empowering beliefs. The future's literally up to you. You just have to decide. What are you going to do in response to the circumstance that is going on right now? These limiting beliefs aren't real. Really, truly. So, the weird thing that did happen, we had this thing called the pandemic. And that gave a little extra weight to these limiting beliefs. How many of you had at least some sort of a spike during pandemic? A little spike or big spike? You had growth, right? Work with a company that prior to pandemic, doing about 25 million a month in sales. Today, doing 25 million a month in sales. In between, they went to 70 million. 25, 70, 25. Here's something I want you to write down as we start. It's your job to control the narrative within your organization. It's your job to control the belief system inside of your organization. It's your job to not give limiting beliefs too much oxygen, because here's what happened post-pandemic. Everybody in the field went, they got a spike, some growth, whatever, it was kind of easy. And then it turned into work afterwards. And instead of just printing money like they were, that 25, 70, 25 example, they're printing money during that 70. And now they have to go work for it. They had to do twice the effort, 3 times the effort to get the same amount of work, or the same result. You can have one of two narratives based upon that story I just told you. One narrative is, we are solid as a rock as a company. We came through the pandemic, stable, solid, awesome. And we gave everybody on the team a bonus during the middle of that crazy time. Or your story can be, we're down 60%. This is a disaster. We have to do something because this cannot stand. And that's what happened in many, many organizations. The field overreacted and they needed something to blame. So they created their list, their blame list that I just described to you. And there's other things on that list. Some companies changed the comp plan, they changed the product, they need to change the sweetener and everybody lost their mind. Whatever it is. something changed, right? So they latched onto that. Or maybe it's, somebody left the company and joined another company and told lies about their old company. That's the reason, right? So easy. So the field as a group said, this feels different. And they went to leaders in the organization and said, and they all came to them at the same time. It's like, hey, we're all seeing this. You seeing this? And the leaders are like, man, this feels different. This sounds different. I mean, I've never had my field come to me like this aggressive. So maybe they got a little fear. Maybe there's something wrong. So you know what they did? They went to the company. And the companies went like, oh man, are you hearing this? Everybody, all the leaders on the team are saying, I got to change this, we got to change that. And for the most part, not all, but most companies overreacted. They started throwing promotions at it. They started throwing campaigns and giveaways and buy one, get one free, and free shipping and free everything and no enrollment fee and changed everything. Squeezed their margins down to nothing. Didn't give them any ability to innovate at all. And it wasn't enough for the people who still have the limiting beliefs rolling around. We need to change the comp plan now. We need to lower the qualifications to get to a certain rank now. And what happened was what I kind of call a race to the bottom. In many organizations, this is why I'm saying you're going to see companies unravel in the next 2 years, totally self-inflicted. And there's going to be others within this profession that skyrocket, totally self-inflicted, that they took charge of it. They made it happen. So look, here's what I want this 3 days to be for you. Preparation for the next 2 years. That you're prepared mentally, emotionally, with skills, with tactics, with strategies, with leadership, to go out there and be the lighthouse in the storm. For many, there's a hurricane coming, and those who are prepared for the hurricane will benefit from it. Some are going to set up big windmills, and they're going to get energy from the hurricane, and other people are just going to get wiped out. Not to scare you, but to prepare you. I want you to be prepared. And then I want you to go home and prepare your teams. I will tell you, some people think you have all the time in the world. You don't. You don't have a year to capture this moment. You don't really even have months. I would think in terms of weeks and better in days. If you can capture December, you start with momentum in 2024. Here's the language of the losers. Loser behavior, not loser people. Here's the language of the losers. I'm going to start January 1. I just rip a fresh page. It just kind of, it's got a nice ring to it. I'll have that calendar year. I've got some shit to do. I got to prepare. I got to go Christmas shopping. I got to clean out the garage. I've got to talk to my team, and I need just some me time. I just need some me time in order to be able to just kind of be ready, because this last couple of years has been hard. I talked to these top leaders. They were making $1 million post-pandemic. Now they're making $500,000. They all feel like they're broke. I mean, like dead broke. Same person making $500,000. They were making $250,000. Now they're making $500,000. They're rich. Same $500,000. What I would ask all of you, and those of you at home, you need to mentally release your highest check. Mentally release the highest check you ever had and stop beating yourself up about not being in that space, because you probably were there without necessarily having the leadership skills to keep it. It's one skill to learn and get to a level. It's another skill to keep it. Just because you're an earner does not mean that you're a leader. There's a huge difference between earners and leaders. And you know how you find out? Because they look the same. They look the same. They're bold, they're proud, they're great until an obstacle shows up, until a change happens, until difficulty occurs within the culture, until they lose somebody from their team and they become bitter and angry and lose their focus. Until the comp plan changes, they look like a leader. Until it's work time, they look like a leader, but they're not. They're just an earner. Earners come and go. Leaders are permanent. Leaders are forever. If I could give you anything, I want to give you the tools to be a leader. It takes some time to develop, so be kind to yourself while you're developing leadership skills. But once you become a real leader inside of network marketing, everything else gets easy. Let me quickly give you 5 attributes of a leader. We're going to talk about this deeply on day 3, but I want you to be thinking about it now. A way to take inventory right now, okay? 5 attributes of a leader. Attribute number 1, they're independent. And what I mean by independent is not lone wolf going against the grain. What I mean by independent is they're not needy. They could build with or without you. They don't need somebody to hold their hand. They don't need somebody to pat their back. They don't need somebody to kick them in the ass. They just need an opportunity. They're going to go run. Independent is number 1. Number 2, they're a good problem solver. Some people think they're a good problem solver because they are able to quickly give their problem to somebody else. I used to think I was amazing at this. Problem? Here, you take it, upline. You take it, company. You take it, somebody else on the team. You give it to a problem solver. You think you're amazing. You think you're a genius. Man, I'm so good at this. Bring me another problem. But learning how to solve a problem quickly and move forward, how to frame the narrative. This is our moment, or this is scary, I agree, right? So independent, number 1. Problem solver, number 2. Number 3 is they're consistent. They have a baseline of consistency that they never fall below. They might go above it, but consistency builds trust. If you're not consistent all the time, you will not get the results that you are looking for. You'll lose the trust of your field. You'll lose the action if you're inconsistent. This was my sabotage of choice when I was building in the field. And it was self-worth stuff. I'd get things going, and I'd get uncomfortable. I never thought, people talk about fear of success. I'm not afraid of success. Fear of making money. Give me some, let me figure it out, right? I never thought that was an issue, really, because I was so ambitious. But I was always able to earn, but I never had much. I was always able to make money, but I never had any. So, you know what caused me to make the money and then not have any? Inconsistency. I'd come out of an event like this, white hot, on fire. I'd be crushing it for 2-3 weeks. And then for no reason at all that I could even know subconsciously, I just disappeared for 10 days. I wasn't available. Team couldn't reach me. And I justify it. I do all that stuff. You have to have a baseline that you never fall below, a way of staying connected, in touch, inspiring the team. Baseline of consistency. That's number 3. Number 4 is they have a big vision and the ability to communicate that vision to other people. Not just the company's vision, not your team leader's vision, your vision. What's your vision specifically? And it can't just be in your head. You have to have the ability to communicate it to others. So we're going to work a bit on vision on Sunday, so you can start to develop this, okay? So that's number 4, big vision, the ability to communicate it. When you get good at this, almost all of your communication is going to be vision. A little bit of how to, but mostly why. Why are we doing this? Why is it worth it? Why should I sacrifice? Why should I stay close to the fire? Why should I do the thing that's uncomfortable? Why should I stretch and grow? Why? Tell me why. Vision, big deal. Number 5, they create action. They create more of the correct activity on their team than would have happened if they weren't there. They cause people to do a little bit more. They cause people to take another step. They cause people to, whatever they're going to do nothing. They get them to do something. If they're going to do a little, they get them to do a little more. They do a little more, they get them to do a lot. If they're going to do a lot, they get them to start stepping into leadership or whatever. They always cause people, and they're creative with it. Some of it's from their personality, some of it's from their tactics. I'm going to teach you how to do these things, how to create action on your team. Mostly in duplication tomorrow is how to create action. How do you create people doing this with or without you, yeah? So first point of self-evaluation. Do you have all 5? Throw those back up, please. Do you have those 5 things? If you're honest, do you exhibit those 5 things? God is watching. Put a yes or no in the chat. Take a look at the chat. Those of you in the room, be honest. You have all 5. Raise your hands, please. Take a look. Take a look. Look around the room. It's what? 30% of the room, maybe? 25% of the room? Here's a second question. How many on your team have all 5? I just want you to think for a moment, and whatever comes to mind, whatever names come to mind, I want you to write down. Those of you who are watching online, how many on your team have all 5? 0, 1, 2, 1. How many have? How many you have? Yeah. 2. How about you? 1. How about you? 0. You? 2? 0? 2. How much you making? Approximately. About $500,000 a year. 2 people. 2. Are these impossible to learn? Is any of them out of your reach? So if they're learnable, if they're doable, the key to your breakthrough is the number of actual leaders you have on your team with these attributes. How many people, just for an exercise, in the room here, have 20 or more that you can think of? Raise your hands. If you have 20 or more, keep your hands up, please. Approximately how much you make in a month? A month. Turn the music down, please. $80,000 to $90,000 a month. He has how many? 20. Who else? 100,000 a month. And you have how many? Right at 20. Okay. 150 a month. 25. Sandra. 600 a month. How many? 40 to 50. 600,000 a month though. That's 7.2 million a year, folks. How many? About 20? What do you make in a month? 125,000 a month. How about you, Lori? 20, and how much you make in a month? About 100,000. Isn't that interesting? If this is a learnable thing, and if you can figure this part out, and if you could teach other people to do that, now it's not exact. If you have all 20 in one line or something, that might be an issue. But if it's reasonably balanced, 20 people. So I'm going to teach you on Sunday how to identify people who have the ability to be a leader, how to mentor them into these 5 skills, and how to stay in good communication with them so things don't splinter into 1,000 different tribes with 1,000 different systems. Those of you who've been around for a minute understand the challenges of that. How do you stay in good communication with them so you can have a united team building strong moving into the future? So here's the hopeful thing. These 5 things are learnable, right? How many agree that you can learn these 5 things, right? By yourself. Let me tell you what I need from each and every one of you here and each and every one of you that are at home around the world. Marina mentioned a million people watching around the world, millions of people. I'm like, babe, did we sell some tickets that I was not aware of? Because what I know is we have like over 50,000 for sure. And she said, no, this first session, we're streaming on social. Like, oh, okay. So I've got, yeah, I guess millions could. I don't know if they are. If you're watching on social, hope you get value this morning. If you're ready to change your life, get a ticket, hang with us for the full 3 days. It'll be great. Now, here's all I need from each and every one of you in this room and each and every one of you at home. In order for me to be able to take what I know, put it into your head, you put it into action, you pass it forward to the world, I just need 3 things. Number 1, I need you to be willing. I can't force you to do it. I'm just not gonna. You got to be willing, number 1. So who's willing? Raise your hands. All right. Number 2, put a number 1 in the chat if you're willing. Number 2, I need you to be coachable. I can't help you if you don't listen. I'm not guessing at what I'm sharing with you. I know it. This is not a theory that hasn't been tested. It's the world has been the test case. How many are coachable? Raise your hands, please. All right, same thing at home. Put a 2 in the chat if you're coachable. Number 3, I need you to be hungry. Hungry. I prefer starving, but hungry. Put a 3 in the chat if you're hungry, you're starving. Willing, coachable, hungry. And a lesson for you as leaders. This is how you take inventory. You find out who you want to work with. Willing, coachable, hungry. Now, if I ask all of you, and I ask everybody in the world, everybody on your team, who's willing, coachable, and hungry? What are they all going to say? Me. Liars. Not true. Half of you aren't all the way there. You flew here. Here's what I will tell you. There's ways to find out. The biggest way is by assignments. Okay? Give you an assignment, you give them an assignment. If they do it, fantastic. If they don't, lower the difficulty of the assignment until you find something that they can actually do. We'll talk about this more tomorrow. But find their level of acceptance when it comes to an assignment and get them into progress. And progress is perfection. And then start clicking up the difficulty of those assignments. Let them know that your goal is to get them independent from you as quickly as possible. Let them know that you want to develop them into a leader if they'd like to be one. Create a known leadership track inside of your organization, not just a sales track, not just a recruiting track, but a leadership track, real leadership, not earnership, but leadership. Okay? So I'm going to be giving you some assignments over these 3 days, and I want you to play all out. Play full out. And it's going to be weird, and we're going to get tactical, and this is not you sitting around being fancy. We're going to go to work. Okay? You ready to go to work? Yeah. How am I doing on time? All right, perfect. Here's what we're going to do. Something completely different. Let me give you the stages of recruiting. The flow, the arc of recruiting. Part 1, finding prospects. Finding prospects. How do you find somebody that is either a customer candidate or a business candidate? Finding prospects. That's a skill. Number 2, please write this down. All business is conversation. You need to get into conversation with people. Once you find these contacts, you need to start a conversation with them. Just start a conversation. Say hello. How are you? How's your life? What's your plans for the holidays? What's new? How's the family? Doesn't have to be a direct pitch immediately, but it needs to be a conversation. Number 3, pivot. When the time comes, you take the conversation, you pivot the conversation from general conversation to either product conversation or business opportunity conversation when it's appropriate. Some will be a longer time, some will be a shorter time. It doesn't matter. It doesn't need to be the first thing. Hi, how are you? We haven't talked in 6 years. I have this business. It can be a little awkward. I'm just saying, if you get into enough conversations, you'll find the pivot point, and we'll talk about that today. You pivot to a presentation. You pivot to number 4, presentation. Oh, sorry, invitation. Sorry. Finding prospects, conversation, pivot, invitation. You're going to invite people to check out a tool or an event, some sort of resource, to learn more. Invitation to learn more. Next step is presentation. How can you present in a way that works and also duplicates? That's not so much about you. As you're building a system, you get to presentation. From presentation, you keep the conversation going. And that might take the form of answering questions, overcoming objections, what we would typically call follow-up. But keep the conversation going. Start the conversation, keep it going. They're not ready to join, just keep it going. It goes off of business, take it back to personal, and then wait for another pivot point, and when it shows up, pivot again. Come on back. Keep the conversation going. Follow-up, answering questions, overcoming objections, next exposure, whatever. You're going to repeat that. And then finally, enrolling as a customer or as a distributor. Some people will get there fast, some people will get there slow, but that's the general arc. Okay? So if we can master this, the world is yours. If you can't figure out recruiting, tell me what your future looks like in this profession. And this same process works for your customers. Same exact process. Who's a prospect? Start a conversation, pivot to your product or service, invite them to learn more, show them what you have, keep the conversation going, and enroll them as a customer. A little easier because there's not the business side of things. There's just a product in exchange for money. But both of these processes are the same. So here's what we're going to do. We have over 50,000 people watching around the world, and we have about 400 people here in the room. And it's fun seeing this full. When we first made this studio, we did it as a response to COVID, and that whole wall is actually on 2 kind of tracks, and it was fully closed, so it was a 360. There's nobody in the room, so it was like everybody connected around the world. And it was one person standing in the middle of this little Coliseum thing. And then Marina had the idea of, let's push it on tracks and see if we can get some people in here to be able to do it. I was resistant to it, but she was right, as usual. As usual. True story. So everybody at home, if I'm going to give you an assignment right now, and before I even give it to you, I want you to agree to do it, because we're going to do it for 60 minutes, okay? Who agrees in the room they're going to do it? And if you agree around the world, put a 1 in the chat. Come on, who's agreeing? Play all out. If you're not agreeing, why are you here? If you don't have your hand up, why are you here? Hands up, come on. You in or out? All right. Here's what we're going to do. Everybody at home and everybody here, I want you to pull your phones out. And we are going to start as many conversations as possible in the next 60 minutes. I'm not going to train you how to do it. We're actually going to do it right now. Here's my goal in the room and everybody at home. My goal is a minimum of 100 conversations per person on average. 100 conversations per person on average. In 1 hour, we should start 5 million plus conversations. All I want you to do is say hello. You don't have to pitch anything. Like, what am I supposed to say? What would you say to another human being? Hi, how are you? I see you're in my phone, but I can't remember you. How do we know each other? You can do anything you want. No rules. All I want you to do is start the conversation. So we're actually going to do it. So I want you to start right now. If you want, and if you go, 3 places you can go to find people: email, your phone itself, anybody that's not a customer or a distributor, even if they've heard the pitch before, it doesn't matter. Even if they've already said no, it doesn't matter. If they're inactive, they're back to being a prospect. Right? If they quit your business, they're still a prospect. Okay? Every one of you, start conversations right now. And phone, social, email, find people on social. Just know, if you do too many DMs on one platform, Facebook's going to throttle you. So it's like 10 of those you can do per hour. Huh? If you change the words, you can change the words. But even if you go bang, 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 and they're different words, they'll throttle you as far as that. WhatsApp, use cell, contact people, however you want to do it. But we're doing it right now. How many have started already? Raise your hands. All right, get your thumbs back on your devices. Everybody at home, if you're lost on what to say, just say hi. What's new? How's your life? What's happening? Why am I getting this gritty? I'm going to show you the power of leverage in quantity. I'll say it many times. You're working, you can't start one yet? Yes, you can. Go to the bathroom, Tammy. Sit on the toilet and start some conversations. You can do this. If anybody has questions, throw it in the chat. Anybody has questions in the room, throw it in the chat. This is the real work of what we do. This is the actual work of what we do. And if you have any team groups, group chats, group messages, send a message to all of them and challenge all of them to do this for the next 60 minutes with us. Don't worry about responding right away, because people are going to be responding quickly. Some of you have already got, how many of you have already gotten responses to something that you've sent? Yeah, you already got responses. But we're just going to go. Here's the minimum target for every one of you. 100. 100. I don't want your thumbs to stop until you get to 100. When you run out of numbers and messages again and again, how to find new people, super easy. Go find your friends on social, say hi to them. Go find somebody with the same passion as you on social, talk to them. Anytime somebody tells me I don't have anybody to talk to, I say, give me your phone. Let me see. You're prejudging this one and that one and this one and that one. 100. Those of you who are in corporate, start 100 conversations with the key leaders on your team. Say hello to those people. I don't see thumbs moving. Don't make me call you out. As we're doing this, anybody have any questions? Just raise your hand and we'll go through it together. And team, can you bring out a stool, please? Thanks. You can mix it up. It could be hello. Some people you could just tell them that you miss them, you admire them, you're grateful for them. Any reason, doesn't matter. How do we get 100 without social media? Call by call? Yep, Peter, that's what you do. It's 5:30 a.m. here. If you need to send an email, because you're going to be waking people up at 5:30 a.m., then send them an email. That's all right. Don't think anybody has their phones on with any kind of noise at 5:30 a.m. anyway. It's going to silent almost all the time. Those of you watching on social, like, this is so riveting, so exciting. This training is unbelievable. I just get to sit there and watch people text. One other tip is in your phone context, maybe start with the Z's, because all the A's get all the love every time you do one of these things, and the Z's never get anything. So start with the Z's and go backwards once. They're going to go, wow, I've never heard from you. People don't get to the Z's very often. Can someone, anyone, hold me? I swear I drank to have fun, not to forget. Hagen says we're not watching since we're texting. Good. Message. It was just an outlet. Quick inventory. How many here in the room or at home have at least 5? Raise your hands. 5 messages. Throw into the chat how many you have, just as a quick reset or quick inventory. Good numbers. Don't want to hear any limiting beliefs. Pretend I'm paying you $100 for every message, and you have 39 minutes to send as many as you can. Everyone you can, you get $100. No group messages. They have to be individual. Shifra says, I'm almost ready to enroll someone. Good. Almost 250, Gustavo. How'd you do that? Share your secrets, Gustavo. Broadcast list, like I say, it's a little cheat code. Come on. Individuals, broadcast, we'll talk about quality later. Broadcast, group stuff, doesn't work. Individual stuff. If you want one of the biggest trends in the world today, is individual is killing all group connection. Group connection is cheap, it's common, it's boring. Individual is meaningful. Aloha from Kauai, where you're still waking up. Guess what? From Kauai, most of the rest of the world is up. So start texting. Every time it gets dark. This is also an example for you of how productive you can be in 1 hour if you're willing to do the work. Alicia says, oh my God, a person responded. Don't worry about responses right now. You'll get back to them in a second. Yep. Don't worry about responding back. Right now, it's starting them. You'll have plenty of time to get back to them. If we do this right, many of you can recruit 10 people by Sunday evening. How would that help your business? Would that help? The more conversations you start, the more prepared I can help you be,
Come with me. I'm not really
the more you're going to get.
We'll get away to a place where we don't know. About to see the world in action, what we can be. Like with
How many have at least 20?
We'll get away. This is what we waited.
You have a question? Question?
Take my hand, we'll make it.
Sorry?
Somehow we can make
100 done?
All
right, keep moving.
I'm done living life with the lights out, die with my own doubts.
Just go back and look at your chat roll or whatever. You'll be able to figure it out. Later, you can write these all down. I'm a paper person. Some people are technology people. You can write them all down and create a follow-up sequence with them to keep the conversation going, get to the pivot, remind yourself to get back to those conversations.
Eyes on the freeway, Bonnie and Clyde, a classic cliche.
Josie says, how can we have 100 conversations in a few minutes when you say have real individual conversations? I'm saying just start them. Just start them. Think of it like tennis or pickleball or whatever you want. Hit the ball across the net, then it's on them. You're just doing the first thing. If any of you want to send a voice message, you can do that. If you want to send a video message, you can do that. Anything you want. No rules. Everybody at home, please focus on this. Remember I told you you need to be willing, coachable, and hungry? This is your first test of the weekend for me to find out if you are.
Oh, come on and let's go, let's be free with me. Yeah, be free, be free, be free with me.
Erica's late to the party. What are we texting? You're just saying hello to as many prospects as you possibly can. Anybody who's not a customer or a distributor in your organization, you're just saying hi. You're welcome, Erica. Cool name.
So can we work it out? Only time will tell.
As you're doing this, I want you to imagine if you're hosting a house party somewhere in the world, everybody in the room should be doing this. Don't let anybody play small.
Still I try to connect with you through your eyes. Your eyes.
I want you to imagine if you hosted a 1 hour conversation blitz, the beginning of every month. What's the date today? December 1st. If you did this with your entire team, you got everybody in your team, city by city, state by state, country by country, get together and do this together. Or if you had a Zoom where everybody stayed on the Zoom and reported their numbers, think about how many people you have on your team, and if they each did at least 100, what happens?
And I guess because of that I can think of no others. Yeah, I need you to breathe without you.
Lisa Becker says, I did this a few weeks ago when you assigned it on another call. It was incredible. Already 20 plus people. Is that 20 plus enrolled? I hope. I had my team do it 5 days later. We have 5 complete, but lots who got 50 plus and saw the power of this activity. Yep. I'm not a voice message person. Some people are. That's all they do. It's more personal, but for me, I'd rather read it than have to go hear it. It's just me. You too? Hold on. I'll let you share. Hold on. He's got a mic for you.
So after we learned this at the mastermind, we launched it to our whole team. The very next month, our enrollments went up over 4,000, more than the month prior.
And what was it the month prior?
What was it the month prior? It was 13,000.
And it went up from 13 to 17?
17.
Yeah, so grew by 4,000 in 1 month from one activity. You bored yet? We've been doing this a whole 28 minutes. Isn't it nuts how distracted you can get? A bunch of squirrels. You're like, look, a butterfly. Look, a nut. You know, wait, am I hungry? No, I'm not hungry, but I should eat something. So easy for us to get distracted. And get out of your head. If there's somebody that's not in your business that you're skipping past, send them a message. Get out of your freaking head. Like, no, I don't want to talk to that person. Why are they in your phone? Let's say you're not on the best of terms. Say hello anyway.
I remember myself young and restless, a lampoon of youth.
All right, those of you at home,
I
I see some working and some not. How many have so far? 74, Kathy Anderson has. A lot, Karen says. Approximately, just have to guess. You don't have to count. 40, 50, 25, 73, 25, 35, 17, 31. 30 plus, 17. 87. Well done, Kim. Just get out of your head and send a message. Don't get all anxious about what am I going to do with these people. Up to 6, contacting clients. Stephanie, get out of your head and contact everybody. Doesn't need to be clients. Anyone with a pulse who's eligible to be a customer or a distributor, you can send these messages to customers that have not joined your business yet. I text long messages, only 6. Well, Tatiana, I get it. Just start saying hello. Quantity right now, not quality. We'll get to quality later. Quantity. More conversations. Hi, thinking you're using Instagram right now. Great. WhatsApp, Instagram. Christina Castro, how many do you have? Just give me hand signals. I probably won't see it. Well, how many again? 10, 15? Well, come on. Come on, you can get more than that. Alberto, looks like you're driving. Be careful, buddy. Charles Stoner, how many you got? Just use hand signals. 5, 55, or 15? All right, got it. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Simon Maria, how many you got? Judy Black, how many do you have? Daryl Meyer, how many you have? Graham Wilkinson, how many you got? Logan Powell, how many you have? Daryl Blanc, how many you have? Daniel Whitney, how many you have? 110, 15. 10 so far. You're slow. It's cut and paste even. It's all right, Diana. Look. Grab a person, click the button, say hi, go to the next person. If you have fat thumbs, deal with it. 75, 50, 81. John, did you say you started 17? Nice work. Shauna Barron, how many you got? 20. Nicely done. You got work to do now. We got 26 minutes. 26 minutes. Now it's time to go turbo mode. If you only got 20 in the first 34 minutes, we got to go turbo mode. Hi, 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 hi. You can even use an emoji. Just send an emoji. It doesn't even have to be a message. Just be careful of the emoji. It could be a smiley face. It could be a fire emoji. It could be just whatever you want. Yeah, a picture. Wish you were here. I miss you. 50, 81, 33. What I'm trying to exhibit to you is the power of 1 hour and leverage. How you doing, Greg? Good, buddy. How's your back? This is the work. Anybody too cool for this? Come on, you got to wake up. Let's go. I don't need to recruit anybody. Yeah, you do. Maybe not for your income because you got a huge team, but for the example, you need the story to be able to tell everybody else. I did 100. Here's what happened. Here's what I did. Here's how easy it is. $25 minutes exactly. 110, 10, 11, 30, 30. Get out of your head and into action. Nancy, you've got Nancy Wong. You say you have 10. Imagine I'm paying you $100 for every person you send a message to in the next 24 minutes and 38 seconds. $100. I told you Facebook's going to, if you go hard on Facebook, do like 10 an hour. 10, then another hour, then 10, then another hour. $100. What if I paid you $1,000 for every individual message? Cash. And you had 24 minutes. And this was a reality show. And you had to do them one at a time. How many would you have? Don't answer right now. I'll give you stuff to be able to answer as we move through the day. Don't worry about that. What I'm doing is I'm filling your funnel immediately with conversations, and then we're going to have practical things that we can do with those conversations over the course of the next 3 days. Help you turn them from a conversation to a prospect, from a prospect to a distributor or customer. 152, Nora. Nicely done. Alec has 30. Wonderful. And at lunch break, if any of you have low batteries or whatever on your cell devices, there's a charging station thing in the front. where you can like you get a portable charger. It's like in a kiosk thing. You need it? Hey, Martine. Huh? I left Australia out? I'm so sorry. I love Australia. It's what, 4 in the morning there? Something like that. Just don't answer right now. You'll get to answering throughout the whole weekend. 6 a.m. in Australia. Somewhere. Question? Kay says 3 a.m. there. That's commitment. Well done. Go, 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 go. 1 hour of redundancy equals 1 month of productivity. 1 hour of focus equals 1 month. I saw a video last night. Andrew Carnegie was one of the most successful businessmen in the world. Do you know what he called his secret to success? He could focus on one task for 5 minutes without distraction. So how many of you are just you cannot resist the urge to go check your Instagram while you're doing this? You got to go check your DMs somewhere. A lot. I don't care what time it is during the day. Just say hi. Pamela's got 68. How many in the room have 50 or more? Got 20 minutes left. Play all out. Willing, coachable, hungry. Over 80, Laura. Well done. 130, Kathy. 43, Liana. Well done. Go, 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 go. Focus, 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 focus. 36, it's fine, Holly. Just go. You got this. Deborah, 150. While you're texting, I want you to hear me. This tiny little thing that I'm doing right now, compounded through your team, will change everything. It will smash every limiting belief. You have a quantity problem. Almost all of you have a quantity problem. If you did this 15 minutes a day, you and everybody on your team, what would happen? Would you worry about the few that are ghosting you? You wouldn't have time. Practical, gritty, focused effort. 19 minutes, 30 seconds. You guys are like, God, I never had an hour go by so slow in my life. Keep typing. How many you got? About. More than 200? Well done. The younger they get, the more they do. All the young folks. The only thing I got of value out of high school was I learned how to type. So it helped me through my whole life. Seriously, it's the one skill that I was super happy with. And, I'm 60 words a minute kind of, 60 words a minute type of guy. Pretty mistake-free. But my kids can destroy me by text. We both had the same kind of like, I'm going to type it and they're going to text it. And they're like, destroyed. Amazing. Maybe. Some of your kids need to get you some lessons. 80, 55, 20. Got to reply. Who the hell are you? Diana said. Answer. I had the same question. You're in my phone. Why are you in my phone? What do I do? Someone is calling me back. You know that little custom response that you click on the phone? Just give them a custom response. Can I get back to you later? Just wanted to say hi. Can I get back to you later? In the middle of something. Everyone is either calling or texting with happy faces. I have ordered 4 subs and 6 pizzas so far. Nicely done. What kind of a plane do I have? G550. I highly recommend it. Sleep 6. Guess how you get a plane? Wonder how? More conversations. No joke. More conversations. Higher quality conversations. Yeah, that's that's the G550. That's literally on the engines. That's Marina's edition. Only people who see that normally are people who are in the plane watching it as it takes off. You ever heard of the band U2? So they chartered our plane for the 6 months while they're doing the residency, going back and forth to LA. So Bono sits in Marina's chair. Edge sits in mine, as it should be. If you ever get a chance to see them in the Sphere, go do it. It's unbelievable. So funny, I keep getting, who is this? To say, it's Leanne. Who is this? I'm trying to get a hold of so-and-so. Yes? What? Go ahead. Mike. No, you don't need to change anything. They just have turned on. Hold on.
So I just sent a regular message. Hi, how are you? Can you believe it's December? And she responded back, hey, I need to order.
Yep, see? There we go. All business is conversation. You have to keep the conversation going. Just get that burned into your brain. All business is conversation. Start them, keep them going. Start them, keep them going. Start them, keep them going. Don't even worry about the pivot. Maybe you've abused some of your prospects. So you send a message to them and like, is this another approach of you talking to me about that business? Like, no, I just wanted to say hello. What's the matter with you? Geez, you're my friend, aren't you? The pivot will present itself. You don't need to have it in the first conversation. Some of you that have PTSD about getting too aggressive with your prospects, pretend you don't have a business or a product and just talk to them like that. Say hello. It's been too long. I saw your face and made me smile. Or I saw your name in my phone. I thought I'd say hi. 13 minutes, 50 seconds. My text message is peeping. What does peeping mean? Anna said, hi, long time. Are you still with the same company? This is one of the messages I got to reply. And you can answer any way you want. You can answer, say, yeah, but I was just calling to say, hey. So many mean people? Who has mean people? Jasmine says, so many mean people on here, all here to succeed and have good energy, no negativity. Who's mean? No mean people allowed. Tina, come on. Tina Manuel, you can text a few more. Come on, woman. Don't think I'm not watching, looking into your house with your wreath on your door behind you. I can see you. And I'm proud of you for being here. But I need to see both thumbs, woman. If I see one hand, then I'm not seeing. There we go, both thumbs. Thank you. Brianna Crafton, crush this, woman. Let's go. How you doing, woman?
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. Please try again later.
Mary Ellen, how many you got? $20 or 200? 200. Fantastic. Wonderful. Proud of you.
Get some rest.
Do you think network marketing's ever had 5 million messages? Conversation started in 1 hour. It's got to be like a record, right? 5 million in an hour.
I know you've had a really bad day.
And what if only 1 out of 10 end up joining your business? That'll be 500,000 distributors joining in the next few days. Wouldn't that be something? And maybe 100,000 customers and 50,000 distributors.
The sun could go out, we're gonna be okay. If all the blue skies fade,
Asking people what's your memorable Thanksgiving highlight.
gonna be okay.
Great. 230, Nora. Well done. 11 minutes left.
On my hand, don't let go.
How many people your text feed is starting to blow up with responses? Show of hands. Just
I know it hurts.
it's okay. It's only a few minutes.
Fair.
You can copy and paste a message. As soon as we're done with this, you can copy and paste a message that just says, I'm in the middle of something. I'll get back to you later. I just wanted to say hi and I was thinking about you. We'll catch up soon. And just copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste.
We're gonna be okay. Before the blue skies fade to gray.
You want to know one that will get a lot of responses? Just send them a question mark. They're like, what? Why the question mark? What's going on? Send one and delete it, yeah? Yeah, send one and delete it. Like, what the heck? Be careful when you do this time of day. Like, are you up? Might get misinterpreted. Or WYD, question mark. 9 minutes. 31 responses. Don't count just text. We'll count up at the end. Sasha Grove, how you doing? Good? John Hobbs? You hitting this? All right, John. Roy Nishiyama? Are you sending messages, Roy? All right, cool. Debbie Precious is cranking through it. No scrolling. I see you scrolling. Now, no scrolling. You were like scrolling Instagram or something. I saw it. Go back.
You're lighting up the way, I can see the road ahead of me.
Christina Augsburger, how's it going? How many you got?
Your eyes are shining like the stars.
100? 155? Spectacular. Well done.
Until you set me free. My eyes were closed. Now I see clear as day, and I just wanted to say that you can take me high.
James Landis, good to see you, brother. Hope you're well.
Feels like I can fly.
All the best. Glad you're here. Mustafa Kasim, how many? You have a network marketing pyramid behind you. I love it. 200? Fantastic. 7 minutes. You didn't think I was going to put you to work. You just thought you could take some notes and just relax. No.
Until you save me, until you set me free. My eyes were closed.
You have a quantity problem, not a quality problem. You have a quantity problem. It starts with you. You go back. Do this with everybody in your team the moment you're back. Every single person, empower them. Tell them the story of doing this together. Those of you who are watching on social media, watch, but take action. Monica, you got this? It's going good? Yeah? Yeah, you. All right.
No one will ever take me away from you. I promise I will hold on to you.
Anthony,
I don't know what
you killing it? All right. 6:48. Thumbs tired yet? This has been 54 minutes of actual work.
You can take me high.
How much college would you have to go to learn this skill?
Like I can fly. You can take me high.
Yeah. How many of you, if I gave you this assignment and I wasn't in the room with you, you probably wouldn't have done it?
You can take me high.
The gift of accountability, right? So can you create the gift of accountability with your team? Can you do a Zoom call with everybody's camera on and say, let's do this together? Can you do this with your leaders that have been trying to manage their team instead of growing new and leading by example? Could you do it with a brand new person that just signed up 1 hour ago? A lot of lessons in 1 hour. When was the last time you sent this many messages in 55 minutes? Raise your hand if it's never.
I just wanna love you, just wanna hold.
And is it terrible? Is it painful? Is it hard? Is it scary? Shouldn't be.
You set my world on fire. You set my world on fire.
Under 5 minutes. Go hard.
I don't know what I'd do without you. You make me smile. What is it that you do? My life was great till you added colors. Like the moon is the sun, we don't care about the others.
Anything you want. 80, Isabella. Can you get 20 more in the next 4 minutes? Go, 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 go. 100's much better than 80.
I just wanna love you, just wanna.
Are you one of those people that can stop on an odd number? Like if I'm on the treadmill, it has to be like an exact to the second number. I can't do it like there's something in 57 seconds. It's just like, no, I can't do that. Weird, right?
You set my world on fire. I just want you.
3.5 minutes.
I just need you. I don't know what it is you do. I just want you. I just need you. I don't know what it is you do.
Adi Sugarman. How's it going over there?
I just wanna love you. Just wanna
Good?
hold you. Just wanna be with you till we grow old. Just tell me.
What's the one thing leaders do? What was the 5th attribute that leaders do? They get people to do things they weren't going to do. What did I just do with you for the last 57 minutes? I got you to do things you weren't gonna do. Can you do the same? Carla Pierce, so good to see you. My dear friend. Can't be more sparkly than you are. It's impossible. 258. Let's go, Kathy Anderson. Veronica, 116. Well done. This 1 hour will pay for the event. This 1 hour will pay for your Christmas. This 1 hour will pay for a lot of things. You're going to be stunned what this 1 hour is going to do over the course of these 3 days. It's going to absolutely blow your mind. I will prepare you to do what you need to do at the end of this. 2 minutes left. I'll prepare you. I'll equip you. But I cannot help you if you don't have quantity. Quantity is 100% necessary. Out of your head and into action. I did about 40, great. 60, Jen. 112, Noah, well done. Minute 40. 130, Laura. Cheryl did 112. 52, Naya, well done. 55, Cynthia. About 40, Marcus says. 40 for Brenda, 198. What's the difference between 198 and 40? It's not how many contacts they have. Now, I'm glad they did the 40 because without this, they might not have done any. So I'm not judging you, but what is the difference? We all have the same amount of time. We all have the same devices. You can't tell me you don't know that many people. You do. 50 seconds. Home stretch. Go, 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 go. Yeah, Judith got caught responding back to people. You can respond later. You'll be fine. It's not rude. You don't have to respond right away. You're not ghosting them by taking a minute to get back to them. It's fine. 10 seconds. You get $1,000 for every message you send in the last 10 seconds. 8, 7, 6. All right, all right, all right. Hands up, phones up. Give yourselves a big round of applause, everybody. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. When you get a chance, throw your numbers into the chat so everybody can see your numbers approximately. It doesn't have to be exact. Now, here's what we're going to do. Everybody, you're going to play all out, right? Willing, coachable, and hungry, yes or no? All right. Here's what I want to do. We're going to take the virtual group. If you're watching online, you're just going to need to kind of reflect for a few minutes. You can call it a break, whatever. If you're with somebody, then you can do this with them or get on a quick little three-way call or a quick Zoom with your team, whatever you want to do. In the room here, I want you to split into groups of 4 to 6. Okay? 4 to 6. And I want you to share with each other how many did you send? How many conversations were already replied to, approximately, and what did you learn from this? We're going to have 15 minutes to do this. Online, we're going to be breaking you into groups of 6, 5 or 6, something like that. I want you to do the same thing. We're going to take a total of 15 minutes. So I want you to share. Somebody decide to be the captain. Share 2 minutes. What happened? What did you do? What did you learn? Okay? Share that and do that here in the room. Don't play small. Here in the room. Share it with other people, okay? Ready, set, go. Be back in 15 minutes, ladies, those online, everybody. Just wherever you are, get together with groups and start sharing.
I was real down with no bailout on my own, all alone, left to bleed out. But I rose up from the ground, just like I was spellbound. All the odds were against me. So I picked up the pace, and now I'm in the race. Give me some space. I'm a movement, and I ain't losing. Gonna go, 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 go.
Get into the groups. If you've got to stand up, turn around with somebody close to you. Get in the group and really share.
I'm about to explode. So I've been told that I should fold and give in. I can't win in this game, no. But you can hear me laughing. I'm the new thing in this field. You should kneel instead of me now. Yeah, I rose up from the dead. Your words inside my head. All the odds were against me. But now I'll lead ahead with grace. I'm winning this race.
Nobody should be sitting by themselves. Get in a group. Jonathan, get in a group. It's not two people. Let's go.
Don't take no bullshit. You should know, no.
Ace, I do not see you in a group. Get in a group. No, you're not. Get in a dang group. Oh, one person's a group? Uh-huh.
I ain't asking for permission, no. I don't have to say I'm sorry. I ain't staying in the background, no. 'Cause I don't need your worry. I'm a movement and I ain't losing. Gonna go, 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 go. Like a bullet, don't take no bullshit. You should know, no. I'm about to explode.
Stay focused on the assignment. You don't need to get to know each other. Just get to share the results.
It's getting closer to midnight. I try to get closer to you. Drinking courage from my red cup now. I will soon make a move. Ooh, I can taste it. The bittersweetness of taking a shot.
11 minutes.
The risk we're taking. If it's a shot of love, baby, I adore you. Maybe I adore you. Yeah, I'm feeling high. I'm up on cloud nine. Baby, I adore you. I try to focus on breathing. My heart is skipping a beat. Your lips against a red cup makes me lose my mind completely. Ooh, I can taste it. The bittersweetness of taking a shot. A risk worth taking it. It's a shot of love. Baby, I adore you. Maybe I adore you. Yeah, I'm feeling high.
10 minutes.
I'm up on cloud nine. Baby, I adore you. control. I want you, that's all I know. Trying my best not to lose control, 'cause I adore you, adore you. Trying my best not to lose control. I want you, that's all I know. Trying my best not to lose control, 'cause I adore you. Baby, I adore you. Maybe I adore you. Yeah, I'm feeling high and high. I'm up on cloud nine. Baby, I adore you. Trying my best not to lose control. I want you, that's all I know. Trying my best not to lose control, 'cause I adore you, adore you.
6 minutes, 6 minutes. What else can you share? What insights? How can you use this strategy moving forward? Five minutes, 5 minutes. 2 new joined already? Crazy. LinkedIn, yeah, that was another one. We'll do another one. All right, let's start bringing people back from the Zooms, the breakout Zooms. I know we're 5 minutes in, but I'm pretty sure everybody's covered it. Team, we bringing them back. Everybody start finding your way back to your chairs. Team, we bringing the Zooms back? Repopulate. Bring them back. Let's get back. Here they come. Grab your seats, everybody. Grab your seats.
Do you want to dance?
Grab your chairs. Everybody grab your chairs. I know you networkers. It's going to be a lot of time to talk. We got all weekend. Come on in, come on in, come on in. Somebody wrangle, somebody take charge. Back in your seats, back in your seats.
To the house beat.
Who would like to share from home? Raise your hands if you'd like to share from home something that you got out of this. Raise your hands, let me see. Anybody want to share? Wave at me if you want to share. I'm not seeing anybody wave. Christine Lamo in room 13. Let's grab Christine. Who else? Is there a guy out there that wants to share? You guys nervous? Wave at me if you want to share. Not seeing anybody wave. Jeff, you want to? Krunenberg? Jeff Krunenberg in room 8. And Petru Haja, room number 12. Okay, everybody. Everybody have a seat, have a seat, have a seat. Now, we have a couple mic runners here. I would like you, who would like to share an aha, something that they realized from this exercise? Who would like to share? I'm going to try and get a little mix. Let's share with the lady on the aisle right here. Her hands up. Who's got the mic? Who's got the mic? Somewhere? Who's got the mic on this side? Do we have a mic runner on this side? Yes or no? All right, here, come use my mic. Got to be ready, boys.
That regardless how stressful that moment was, because I felt all the stress in my back to just do it, but I just did it. Do it scared. Don't worry about the responses. I was telling my business partner that was next to me, don't respond. Focus. That's peanuts. We're here to learn about making millions. How many conversations you started? I did 94. 94. About how many responded? About 30 so far.
About 30 responded so far out of 94. Okay. Who has another aha somewhere? Let's go to you. Come on over here, and I'll give you the mic. Introduce yourself. Tell us what you learned.
Thanks very much, Eric. I'm Nick Hadjipetrou from Greece. Hello to all the Greek people and everyone. What should I look at here? That's it, Zova. I learned that it's easy to communicate to a lot of people, and it can be fast. We didn't realize that 1 hour went by. And just by greeting them, I also saw how excited people are to answer back when you're just being genuine and just inquiring how they are. Yeah. Reached close to 100, and most of them responded.
Yeah, you got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, a lot of work. Thanks very much.
All right, who else?
How's everyone doing today? My name is Vlad from Toronto, Canada. My aha moment was understanding the leverage that we're creating here is not just if I'm sending 100 messages an hour. Imagine I have only 10 people in my team sending 100 messages an hour. It's 1,000 messages in my business in 1 hour. If you got 100 people, 100 times 100, you got 10,000 people in your business working in that hour. That's leverage right there.
Big leverage. And here's the thing. If you start these conversations, there's a little trick, a little hack. You start these conversations day 1 of December. it's much harder for your people to check out in the month of December because the conversations are already started. You know, we're going to go from there to booking appointments to having the pivot to figuring out all those things. We're going to talk about that this afternoon. So now they got it in motion. They might as well keep it going. So the productivity hack here for those of you with teams is your teams will be literally 3 to 5x the activity that they were going to have. They will have 3 to 5x more if you front load the month. Okay? Do we have the people that I chose? All right, we've got Christina. Christina, can you hear me? I got to unmute you. Do you need to unmute? Can you unmute on your side, or can they unmute you?
Okay.
Hey,
Yeah.
there she is. All right. What did you learn? Where are you from?
Well, I'm from Paris.
From Paris?
Yes, I'm French.
Wonderful. So how many conversations? How many conversations did you start?
About 88.
88. How many responded so far?
30.
30. And
yes,
what did you learn from this experience?
I was very surprised by just a hello, which I never did before. How many people can respond? Before I used to do that, but I used to speak more, and most of the time people doesn't respond. But just a hello, almost, 30 people respond. I was shocked.
Yes.
And I'm speaking to somebody for the business right now.
Yeah, you're already into the pivot for some of them.
Yes, I'm already, yes.
Yes. You see what happens with this? Congratulations. Well done, Christina. I'm proud of you. I will also tell you this. Oh, we have a second one. It's Jeff. How you doing, Jeff?
Wonderful, sir. How are you doing?
Tell us what you learned.
I learned that I can get on the phone real quickly and connect with a lot of folks in a short amount of time.
And yeah, it doesn't need to be so stressful. You don't have to be super highly skilled. Skill proof, fear proof, mostly. How many messages did you send?
Well, I did start late because I was in my car. I sent about 36. I got 7 responses, and I did that in probably about 15 minutes.
Yeah. So the lesson here again is most of you have a quantity problem. You don't have an opportunity problem. You don't have a product problem. You don't have a compensation plan problem. You have a quantity problem. So if you change that quantity metric, everything will change. And this is something that every one of you can do very easily. We'll walk them through it. So congratulations. I think we have one more. Petru, how you doing, buddy? I think they're getting you an unmute. Hold on. Hello, hello. Keep talking until they...
Yes.
There you are.
Thank
All
you.
right. So tell us what you learned.
I learned I still have to do a lot regarding my distractions, because even though it took me a while to enter in the flow, when I started, I also started to answer the questions I received or the messages I received. Therefore, my number of interaction was low, 20. But because I started to answer, I already got 5 appointments, from which one is just for tomorrow in the noon. So I don't know. It also was very well for me. So it took me a while to enter the flow, but after that, with you in the years, pushing, everything went very easy. Like,
yeah, and can you
went on and on and on.
Yeah, how many people do you have on your team?
Now around 6,000.
6,000. I want you to just imagine for a moment that you were able to get those 6,000 people together for 1 hour and send as many messages as they can and average 100. What is that? 600,000 messages in 1 hour? How good will your December be if you do that?
Well, this sounds like a challenge. Thank you so much, Eric.
It does.
Yeah.
All right, give Petra and all of our people in the audience a big round of applause. Leverage. How do we get to leverage? How do we get to growth? How do we get our people to do things that they wouldn't normally do? There's so many unintended consequences from what this simple thing that I just shared with you and I had made you do. I could have told you that we could have moved on. Would you have learned the lesson? The learning is in the doing. The emotions that you feel while you're doing it, the limiting beliefs that try to barrage in while you're doing it, the distractions that are showing up in your life while you're doing it, and you're in this accountable environment. It's just how important accountability is, because I'm looking at you not doing it, and they're like, oh shit, I guess I better start doing it, right? The person next to you is like, well, what are you doing? Why are you not doing it, right? All of that stuff is lessons. But it's a big lesson on leverage. It's a big lesson on all businesses conversation. We just have to create more. It's a big lesson in getting people to do things that they weren't normally going to do. Now that you got them started, now they're going to come to you and say, what do I say to this? How do I respond to that? Now you have a teaching moment. You can keep them moving into activity. Moving into activity. So, I want to do a little bit more inventory. So, and in Zoom room number 1, they're having like log out, log in problems. I don't know what's going on, but I'm assuming you guys can see that back there. They're trying to get back to main stage. Help them figure that out, please. Wonderful, thank you. What I want to do now is I want to separate you into 3 distinct groups. 3 distinct groups. Self-identify, self-assess. Group number 1, well, I'm going to go 3, 2, 1. No, I'm not. I'm going to go 1, 2, 3. Group number 1 is here's what you could be doing and here's what you should be doing, but here's what you're doing. And you can't figure out a way to close that gap. You're very confused about it. You feel bad about it. You feel guilty about it. Like but there seems to be a block. You feel stuck in your head. Can't get out of your head and into action to do what you know you should be doing. So that's first part of it. Second part of it is you feel like maybe you struggle with recruiting, you struggle with getting recruiting results, and you struggle with duplication. The fundamental skills of our business. If you feel stuck on duplication, stuck on recruiting, or stuck when it comes to getting out of your head and into action, you don't feel competent enough or confident enough to do the work, then you be a person in group 1. So if you're in group 1, all I'm getting is no sound up here, guys. Facebook groups and all kinds of stuff going on here. So I can't ask the people at home. There. They can't see, they can't hear. So either switch these out to somebody who can see and hear, or what we're going to do. Got to help me out. So how many of you here in the room are in group 1? You need help getting out of your head, getting more recruiting results and more duplication results, or that's a barrier. You're stuck generally. You feel stuck. Okay? Honesty is the best way. Self-awareness is the key to your breakthrough. So we're going to do everything we can do this weekend to equip you and empower you and help you get unstuck. Because if you can get unstuck, then you could probably help somebody else who came from that same place. Being stuck is not something to be ashamed of. Being stuck is knowing that you can do it and believing that you can do it, but needing to figure out a way to actually do it. And once you have that story, you're very powerful. Because how many people on your team, how many people have somebody on their team that's stuck right now? Tough, right? If you get unstuck, you can give them a roadmap so they can get unstuck. So that's group number 1. Group number 2. You have some basic skills, but you haven't quite had the breakthrough yet. You haven't quite got it totally figured out yet when it comes to leadership and systems and managing an organization. You feel like you have fundamental skills. You can recruit, you can create a little duplication, but there's a leadership gap between who you could be and who you are right now. Okay, so group 2, hungry, basic skills, but you need to become a more effective leader. Raise your hands if you're in group 2. Okay? Group 3. I'm going to put a number on it, but, I know. You need to know the groups before you vote. Fair enough. So you understand generally the psychographic of group 1. They feel stuck, lack of skills, lack of confidence, lack of self-belief. Yes? Group 2, they have basic skills, basic levels of confidence, but they want to be able to feel like they can unlock their leadership. They want to become a more effective leader. Group 2. Group 3, I'm going to put the income level at, let's say, $250,000 or more. And you want to create, the only thing stopping you from higher levels of growth is the number of actual leaders you're developing on your team. Really strong systems, really strong vision, really strong communication, really strong culture. You want to take that where you are and go to the next level. Okay, 250 plus is one group. Kind of part-time to full-time is group 2, that you need to become a more effective leader. Group 1 is you need to be able to figure out how to get unstuck, mindset, skills, confidence, action, right? All right, now I can ask, how many of you at home, online, or in person are in group number 1? Raise your hands here or put a 1 in the chat. You see how many ones we have out there? Lots of ones. And I want you to be thinking about this because we're going to be walking through this whole weekend. And I want you to see what we're doing with these different individual groups, because even if you're not in group 1, you need the skills to help the group 1 get out of group 1, right? Move to the next level. We're going to be spending a lot of time doing that. Group 2, how many people can see themselves in group 2, feel like they need to be a better leader? Basic skills are there, but they need to focus on leadership themselves. Okay? Put a 2 in the chat if that's you. And group 3, make it 250,000 better, but you need to duplicate more leadership, get more thickness of leadership. You need dozens and dozens and dozens of people with those 5 attributes. You don't totally have that figured out yet, but we need to. All right? So I want you to remember your number, 1, 2, or 3, because we're going to be giving you assignments and tools, specific training over the course of this weekend for you to be able to get the information that you need here, but also as we leave here, to put yourself in an environment to help you accomplish it faster. Here's my greatest joy, my total purpose in my business career. It started with accumulation. I just needed to take care of my family. I needed to pay the bills. I wanted to get to the rank. I wanted to make the money. I wanted to do all the stuff. There's nothing wrong with accumulation. All of you got to take care of yourself. Put your oxygen mask on before you help somebody else. But once you get accumulation done, and I was very ambitious to get my accumulation thing done, I do have to give you a kind of a word of caution. For those of you who are entrepreneurial, while you're in accumulation phase, you have to be very, very careful to be emotionally strong enough to live with the gap of your goal to where you are. Because To live with the gap between your goal of where you want to go, your aspirational accumulation goal, rank goal, income goal, and then where you are right now. Because if you're not careful, you'll feel shitty all the time. You'll feel less than all the time. You'll feel like a loser all the time. You'll beat yourself up all the time. And it's a dangerous thing to learn to be content and proud of yourself for where you are, but still not satisfied because you know you're meant to go to another place. Just make sure you're mentally and emotionally not beating yourself up in the journey. Because then once you get the accumulation stuff done, the next fuel is not really more accumulation. Once you buy the house, you got the house. You guys are coming to my house. I don't need any more house. Once you got the car, you can get a few cars. All right, we got whatever, 3, 4 cars. Fantastic, wonderful. Then what? Then what? Then what? You buy some fancy clothes, you buy a fancy watch. Then what? Right? Get an airplane. Then what? Right? There's levels to this shit. I'm telling you. There are levels. But here's the greatest thing about our profession is if you can pivot from accumulation to contribution, contribution fuel never runs out. The ability to help somebody else grow, to be part of somebody else's testimonial. It's my greatest joy to be a little tiny piece of somebody's story as they go out and they go change the world. And I was just a little piece. I can't tell you how happy it makes me. And what you need to do is understand how powerful you are. And when you tap into that, because a lot of people in our business, when they get to a certain level, they go on cruise control, man. That was their goal, to accumulate. And they've accumulated, and now they feel like they're supposed to go to the beach, and they're kind of kicking back and not doing what they're meant to do, really. It's the saddest thing in the world when I see a person who has wisdom, they have knowledge, they have skill, they have passion, they have purpose, and they say, bye. I'm going to go to the beach. You just got all this stuff. You say, yeah, I have the treasure map that unlocks all the unlimited fortune, and I got it right here, and I'm going home. Instead of sharing it with as many people as they possibly can. Why we do what we do right now, why we're here, is to pour into you at home and in person so you go out and change the world. Okay? So self-awareness is the most important thing. Understanding your weaknesses and then understanding time matters. Time matters. How long do you want to stay stuck? Number one, people. Group one. How long do you want to stay stuck? How long do you want to stay below your potential and your action? How long do you want to feel bad about not being the skilled? How long do you want to feel bad about recruiting or duplication or anything else? You got to get that over with. Put that in your rearview mirror. Those of you who got some fundamental skills, how long do you want it to take before you're a real leader, not an earner, but a real leader? You got these 5 attributes, you got them nailed, you got them down. And those of you who have the 5, how long do you want to take until you can take all the willing people in your organization and mentor them into leadership as well? To just have it for yourself, it's okay. Congratulations, I'm happy you have it. But to have 2 people on your team, and they're the only ones on your team that you've given true freedom to, and the rest are just earners, they're part of the revolving door, that's the shame. The legacy is not in your money. The legacy is not in the stuff. The legacy is in the people. So I want you to be equipped to be able to capture this moment. I want to prepare you for this weekend, but I want you to leave here prepared to go out and prepare everybody else as you walk out. December matters. January matters. We got to get it going now, right? You do not have the luxury of time. Look, I'm not saying network marketing is going to go away, but I am saying for the next 24 months, those with the right mindset, the right skill set, and they're the most prepared, and they've really developed themselves, they put themselves in an environment to win, those people 5 years from now, 3 years from now, other people will have to work 10, 20, 30 hours to get the results that you're going to get in 1 hour in the next 24 months. And that's still going to be an amazing opportunity. It's just different now. If you can believe me that it's different, if you're ready to take action in the fact you're ready to challenge yourself, I just challenge you for an hour, right? To show you an example of how to get just one tiny little tool. I can give you 100 of those that you can get more people to do the correct activity that will give them the best possible results. I just want you to pay attention to your phone for the next 3 days from this 1 hour. How much is it blowing up? When you're done tonight, how many people are you going to be responding to? And I want to measure. I'm going to ask a question at the very end. How many customers have signed up so far? How many distributors have signed up so far? And how many appointments or presentations do you have scheduled with the people that you talk to in this 1 hour? I'm going to ask those 3 questions. And the answer is going to blow your mind. That's one tactic. We're going to give you 100 over these 3 days, okay? So everybody got their number? Everybody good? 1, 2, or 3. 1, 2, or 3. So ladies and gentlemen, I want you to welcome back Robbie Law. He's going to set up a few more things, and I'll be back in just a tiny bit. Robbie Law.
Yeah, let's give Eric a rousing, standing round of applause. Right, Lucy? I love it. All right. So far, so good, right? Unreal what Eric is able to provide in a short period of time. You sit here and go, man, how do we get more time with him? How do we get more opportunity to be able to learn and kind of like sit at the feet and go, all right, you really know these conversations. You've been there, you've done that. And it's such a great opportunity for all of us to be able to experience this. Now, the next group that comes up is going to be some panelists. And these panelists sat in your seat and then walked over to the side here, came backstage, and they now have the opportunity to come on stage here at GoPro. And as they do, picture and imagine yourself with the same opportunity. It is so much fun. And you deserve it. You can have that opportunity. There is work. When we watch these people that come up here looking at their history and saying, what work have you put in to be able to be here right now? It's going to be an amazing panel. It's going to be about recruiting. I asked Eric, hey, can you get some like up-and-comers? He's like, we don't have up-and-comers, man. Like, these are professionals. Everyone that you see on that panel has experience, has success, has the skills, the mindset, and the leadership skills to be able to build and build others. And now we're going to be talking about recruiting here in this panel. Tomorrow we'll have panels. The next day we'll have panels. So understand that that is something that, that those panels are going to be happening this week. And you have individuals that you're talking to that will be up here. So learn from them. Take all the things they say, write them down, be prepared. Now, to keep us on time, I've got a couple of quick things. We're going to be bringing up the panel in a moment, but I know that Eric just went through an assessment. And as he did that, I'm certain each and every one of you realized there were areas of your business that you could find improvement. In fact, if you found that to be true, raise your hands nice and high. Say yes. Yes. We find improvement when we look at our own business and we take that understanding, okay, where am I at? Where have I come? Where am I going? And when we have that understanding, we can move forward into the activities, the skills, the trainings, the coaching, the things that we need to be able to move forward. I think it's so important as a business owner that we take that time, don't you, to self-assess and say, where am I? Did you find if you were in category 1, 2, or 3? Were you able to find and kind of self-identify what category you were in? Yes. Did it also make you want to go, I want to move up. Yes. I want to move up in that category, right? Well, what does it take to do that? To make that move. I love that. She says focus. Now, we're going to be learning what it takes to move forward, but moving forward happens when we do things like Eric just did, where he's having us send out 100 different messages. Huge opportunity. So all of that movement that happens now, there's got to be a journey that each of us can have. Because sometimes we see, oh, I'm a 1. I thought I was a 2. Well, I'm actually a 1. What do I need to do to move forward? Who would love it if you identified as a 1? Who would love if there was a journey where you could go from a 1 to a 2 and you knew exactly what you need to do? Raise your hands high. Okay, that'd be very valuable, right? Now, some of you that are sitting at a 2 right now are saying, well, I'm here. How do I develop those leaders and move to that third category? How do I move into leaders, building leaders, and really, really make this work? When you look at what you can do to move from 2 to 3, that requires some serious skill, some understanding. And what's great about this profession is we can do it on our own if we want. But how many do you know that are doing it on their own, truly being successful? Anyone? Is this a business that is much better when we involve others? What do you think? Yes. Okay. Is it much better when we all involve those that have already been there and done that, and we listen to what it is that they've done? Is that much better? Yes. So learning how to follow those things is exactly what we're about to do. We're going to be learning these recruiting methods. But as we go through this journey today, I want you to know that there is a place for you to go no matter where you are right now. There are earners in this room right now that are $1 million earners. And they're saying, what about 2 million? No, there is no one more qualified to help someone make that move than who? Eric. No one's more qualified. But to get one-on-one help from Eric, hundreds of thousands of dollars. To get one-on-one help from Eric. Now, let's just find out from the group here. If you had the opportunity to get trained one-on-one by Eric, hundreds of thousands of dollars, would that still be worth every single penny to your business? What do you think? Yes. It's an investment in our business when we look at something like that. Now, for everyone to know this, you came to GoPro with a goal. I want to move forward. I want to get done. I want to take action. There is a journey available for every single one of you. I want you to know that, because you identified as a 1 and you're saying, I want to move to a 2, or a 2 and you want to move to a 3, or you're a 3 and you're saying, where's the 4th category, right? Wherever you're at, know that there is a journey, and it won't cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to move into that. It will be scalable to where you're at right now. For those of you that want to move forward, get started, have someone holding your hand, walking you through the process, being in those masterminds, working with those individuals, I want you to know up front there is a journey for you. And every single person in this room will know what those are by the end of our training over these 3 days. So keep that in mind, that although you got a fire hose of information coming at you for 3 weeks, there is a safe space when we leave for you to be able to be successful. So how many of you are excited to really get started and move forward even after these 3 days? Raise your hands nice and high. Awesome. When we have that and we've got that great mentorship, that allows us to be able to really, really move to where we want to be. So let's introduce our panel. I'm not going to introduce them individually by name. I'm going to allow Eric to do that. He knows them individually and personally because he works with every single person that is going to be on the stage now. So these panelists, this is our recruiting panel. They have been hand-selected by Eric to share value with you here today. So let's help them feel empowered. Let's help them feel welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome your first panel for GoPro 2023. Awesome. Now, stay standing for just a moment. We've got one more to introduce because this panel would be best run by the one who knows the most about this. So, one more big rousing round of applause for Mr. Eric Worry.
All right. Oh, we have one extra for some other reason, I think. But good to see you guys.
Great to see you.
These guys are all rock stars, big earners from different parts of the world. We have Canada, we have Italy, and then I think that's it. Then U.S. Yes? All right. So we're going to talk about recruiting. Success leaves clues, and I want these guys to be able to share some of the insights as to the mindset, skill set, strategies that they've used to recruit, what's working now, and what we can do. Got it. What's working now, and what suggestions can you offer to people at home? But why don't we start with you? Tell everybody your story. Give a summary of your story.
Hi, I'm Christina. I was a MLM hater, I guess. And when I got started into it, I realized like I'm super competitive. I love this. I was a hairstylist for a long time. And so now network marketing is all I do. And I love it so much. So I don't know. I was a hater and now I'm not. So
How long have you been involved?
I've been doing this for 6.5 years.
And how much you making? I mean, are you six?
I'm a 7-figure earner. Yeah.
7-figure earner. Yeah, no big deal. 6.5 years. Give her a round of applause. Well done. Leanne, tell your story.
Well, hello. I'm so grateful to be here. I started out to pay off Sally Mae. Anybody know Sally Mae? I have a lot of education that was very expensive, and I got started to get out of debt. And nobody in my entire family supported me. None of my friends supported me. And it was awful. But I really, really was grateful to get introduced to personal development and over time. And now the programs that you put together are mind-blowing, makes such a difference. It changed my entire life. So I was a lawyer, and now I'm a recovered lawyer. That's my story.
Nicely done. Giordano, my friend from Italy.
Yes, I was actually born and raised in Italy. My name is Giordano. I moved to California in 2012. I was actually a broke bus boy and a soccer coach with over $30,000 in debt when I started network marketing. I failed 3 years in high school, didn't get a degree, didn't know anybody when I came here, barely spoke the language. And it was $5,000 to join my company. But within 2 years, we were able to pay off all the debt, quit both of my jobs, and I started traveling to Italy. And we built the #1 team in the company right now. So we help over 60 people earn 6-figure income in our team.
Well done. Congratulations. Afnan.
Hi guys, my name is Afnan Khalifa. I was raised my whole life in Middle East. 2016, moved to North America, and it was a shock. I was like, what is going on? Why do people think like this? Why do people get paid like this? Tried all the jobs, did it all, ambitious, right? Did the waitressing, the serving, and I was a hater too, actually. For my own brother, he did it for 2 years before me, and I was like, what is this? Go get a real job. I was that girl until I was like, you know what? I'm actually stuck at what I do right now because as a server, I used to make way more than someone who's working a 9 to 5. So it just, the math was not mathing. I was like, something has to change. So tried it, first month, breaking records, had to change the comp plan for the company, just a bunch of stuff. Been in it for 4 years, and yeah, we're just getting started.
Well done. Well done. Lori.
So I was a stay-at-home mom for 25 years. I have 4 children, 9 grandchildren, and a 10th on the way. I reached the 6-figure level within 6 months of joining my company, and I'd have to say I too was a hater. Love the industry, 7-figure earner now, and I agree we are just getting started.
Well done. And John.
I was not a hater. I saw network marketing when I was 20. I was broke, busted, and disgusted. No background in business, no business being in business. But I saw the opportunity, saw residual income. I thought it was a no-brainer. Then I went home and talked to a bunch of haters like y'all. And they told me it's a pyramid scheme. You're an idiot. You shouldn't do it, which in many ways motivated me a lot. Now, the problem was that company actually was a pyramid, so it got shut down by the FTC. My last company was also shut down by the FTC, so I've learned a lot in the last 22 years, but been with the same company for 8 years. Took me 7 years to fire my boss, become a full-time network marketer, which was in 2008. Got out of the mortgage industry. Anybody else do real estate or mortgages during the boom? Yeah. And then it crashed really hard, and it was really crappy, but at the same time, it opened my eyes to this opportunity, and it was a blessing in disguise. Same thing happened with my last company getting shut down. If that didn't happen, I wouldn't be where I am today. And we have one of the most successful teams in the world, and just super grateful and blessed that I kept an open mind and I wasn't a hater. But that's my story. I'm sticking to it.
All right, let me go back to Christina. We're going to kind of keep revolving around. Yeah. Tell me what worked for you when it comes to recruiting and when you started.
Yeah.
And also maybe a two-part question. What's working right now? Right now, this month, this last 30, 60, 90 days for people on your team when it comes to recruiting? If there's any difference, I'd just be curious.
Oh, yeah, there's a big difference. In the beginning, once I figured out how it worked, I'm like, give me your credit card. You're going to join me. Like, I just literally was very, very forceful with people and believed that this was it. Like, once I saw the light, and so that worked a lot. Events worked a lot. I got the opportunity to be, sampling the products on people at public places with big groups and small groups. And so that was what worked a lot. And then there was just now, I would say, like what's been working in the last 30 days, consistency on social media, getting in person and showcasing that online, and kind of a combination of both, really, and just kind of, spinning all the dishes and then just starting as they drop.
Can I ask, how many people have you recruited, if you had to guess, since you started?
A little over 200, maybe.
200 or so?
Mhm.
And how big is your team now?
Oh, there's, what is there, like 17,000 market partners? I think?
17,000 from 200, right? So obviously she figured out some duplication as well. One thing that she mentioned that I'll just tell you is one of the biggest trends, I told this to the CEOs, one of the biggest trends of fast-growing organizations right now when it comes to recruiting duplication is face-to-face. Literal, physical face-to-face. The organizations that are getting back face-to-face, leaders going on tours, people getting back into living rooms, people back into Starbucks, sitting across the table from someone, that is like 5 to 10xing people continuing trying to push electronic everything. So it is a mix. You get scale from electronic and technology, but you get stickiness and substance and conversion from more face-to-face. It's one of the biggest trends in the world. So if you've been wondering if you should lean to some of that, lean into that and see what happens. Even from the conversations we just started, lean into that.
I would say the biggest piece of like how I utilize social media is just as a support to whatever I'm doing in person. And so bringing people in that way, but also getting together with them in person.
Love it. Leanne, talk about what worked for you.
Sure. So I've been doing this for 28 years and long time in one company, if you can believe it. So I've kind of gone through the great economy, lousy economy, lockdown, pandemic, come out of a pandemic. The most important thing to me, honestly, Eric, is that it's really critical if you want to be a leader and you want your team to build, that you lead by example. So I have to figure out first how to recruit in all the different situations. And I agree with you. Right now, it's a hybrid. A lot of people got comfortable with Zoom and they love that they don't have to leave their house to see an opportunity. But if you have somebody and they look at your opportunity on Zoom, you've got to go right away and meet them in a Starbucks afterwards. They got to look you in the eye, trust you, feel your energy, and know that you're going to be there for them. So we're really in the hybrid mode, and we're pushing with at least a follow-up, if not an in-person presentation.
Love it. And how many of you recruited approximately? Can you guess?
That's a staggering number in 28 years. Probably 500 or so, I would guess. I mean, I don't even know.
Okay.
To me, if you don't mind me saying, recruiting isn't something where I go out to recruit. Wherever I go, I recruit. So, I might be talking to someone and my server's got a great personality, or I'm talking to my Uber driver and I get their phone number. Just wherever I am, I try to recruit people in the gym because everybody needs an opportunity. And this is the best environment ever. Just saying.
So I've got to ask a question because there's different people wired different ways. How many people you are a walking and talking recruiting machine? Any moment, you're open for business all the time. You're in an Uber, you're on an airplane, you're in a lounge. I don't relate to any of you. No, I'm just teasing. Just because for me, I have to like emotionally psych up for recruiting. Like, so my introvert coping mechanism was I would psych up and I'd recruit as many as I could before I ran out of energy. And then I'd go to work with those people, and then I put on my support clothes. I always admired the people, it's like, I'm in the Uber and they're recruiting the Uber driver while I'm like hiding behind something on my phone or something. And I'm a person on the airplane that has a book. I'm a window person, so give you an idea, that has a book that I protect myself but other people, like when I'm in recruiting mode though, I'll take a middle seat for sure because I get two prospects, 100%. Because if I got all the time in the world to say, where are you going, where are you from? Oh my gosh, I'm expanding a business in that market, and I'm in that mode. I'm good. If I'm not in that mode, I got to psych up. How many of you are walking and talking, recruiting people, like wherever you go in public? You're a recruiting person? Yeah. 3 of you? And the other 3, you're just kind of, you have to psych up, or it's a situational thing? I make friends. You make friends? Doesn't recruit in person ever. He just makes friends, and then it just happens over follow-up, yeah? All right, Gio.
Yeah, for me, we're also a huge in-person, presentation. I've done probably in the thousands in like living room in-person presentation. When I built my Italian team, I flew to Italy 8 times in 22 months, like back and forth, and we did like millions of presentations. I still do. So even if I recruit someone online, I go in person to them to build. We're actually going to the UK next week as well. But the biggest switch we had for us is like switching from leading with the product to lead with the opportunity. It was the biggest switch because my first year and a half, I was barely making money and was selling a lot of products. We all have phenomenal products, right? But then when we had the switch to the leading with the business, I remember the first we did presentation, and like especially in Italy, and 80% of the room when we talk about the business, they get up and leave. That was what we faced at the beginning. But then eventually we start to pick up because what I realized is like most people need more time and more money, and we don't. The product is the vehicle for them to achieve those things, and we sell the destination, not the vehicle. So when we start leading with the business, everything changed for us, and our numbers like went through the roof for sure.
Love it. Opta.
So I agree with everything you guys said. So I want to like do a different perspective. When I started, it was heavy social media because I started right before COVID, a couple months before COVID. So it was heavy on social media. I feel like I'm a COVID baby when it comes to network marketing. So we're so good at social media. But one thing that have really worked back then is just showing results, right? I'm in the financial market, so just showing results, profits, whatever. Of course, that's not the most non-compliant thing ever that you can do. And now what's actually working is not profits a lot because people see numbers all over for different affiliate marketing programs or whatever. What I have been realizing that have been working is, this is my little secret that I'm going to share with you guys. We're only going to use it for good use. We're not going to use it and abuse it. But I love to post on social media using the 4 personality colors in mind, right? We know who knows the 4 color personalities? Okay, a couple of us. So, me personally, I'm a red personality, right? Red personality is a personality that just wants to see money. Tell me where the money is, we're going. I don't need to know how, where, when, what's the statistics. Just tell me how much we're going to be making, how to do it, and we're on it, right? So that's the red personality. So when I'm on social media, I'm targeting these people as in like, hey, this is what we could make, money, so on and so forth. And there's different ways to show money, whether it's lifestyle or actually the money. The second personality is blue. Blue is like the dolphin. So they love the trips, the culture, the fun. So it's like you gotta, take Tulum incentive trip. Talk about how y'all have fun when you go to conventions. They love just the fun aspect of the business. So you gotta show that on your social media, whether it's on Reels, TikTok, stories, whatever it is. The third color personality is the yellow. Yellow, they love community. We're here to change lives. We're gonna change the world. We're gonna, save the Middle East. All the things that, the community wants, to do. That's what I also focus on when I'm talking about my business, about what we do. I'm mentioning like, this is our vision. These are our values. So these people, I'm also targeting them, although I'm not that color personality. And then the last color personality is the green. I can't talk to greens. I try, but it's just a lot for my brain to handle. I love y'all, but they want to know the details, the statistics, when the company was created, who's the CEO, who did this, what's the profits. And it's like, you gotta sometimes just put some information out there for these green color personalities. So once you target all color personalities, you don't know who's watching and they're like, wait, I really relate to what she's posting about. Like I connect with her. I want to do what she's doing. So throughout the week, I make sure I'm hitting all of them. I'm hitting all the color personalities. So that what has been really working well for me.
Love it. Love it. Lori.
So I'm here to say that it's worth prospecting to greens because I am a yellow green and I totally relate to that. I wanted all the information. And I love what Leanne brought up with, we get to work this business pursuing the things that we love and make it a part of our natural life. And I would say for me, I recruit on social media, but I also recruit in person. And the biggest thing that I do is I listen to people, because if you listen to people, they will give you the way that you communicate with them and reach out to them. And so when I'm out and about, I just turn on that listening ear and let them basically ask me, will you please tell me about your business or your product line? Because they always do. And so that would be one of the biggest things that I do. And kind of like Eric, I go, or I don't know whether you said this was a positive or a negative, but I go in cycles. I recruit during periods of time, and then I make sure that those people are set up well, and then I kind of go back for another heavy recruiting season. And I love that we are an in-person business, because that would definitely be my strength.
Love it. John.
Great tips, guys. For me, I wanted to leverage social media because I got really bad MLM PTSD doing home meetings all the time for years and years and years. And I was on a team that was just very big on home meetings all the time. There's nothing wrong with it, but I just got burnt out. So 10 years ago, I started paying attention to social media. And then we realized that social media is just a tool. It's just a way to expose people to who you are, your opportunity, et cetera. So we wanted a way to capture leads. So we created a system called ATM 7 years ago. And essentially, we teach people to create curiosity, create conversations, add them to a group, tag them in a video, and that video can be played over and over and over, 13 minutes. It's enough information to get them to say, okay, what's next? And then we teach people, instead of doing three-way calls and Zooms, to add them into a chat with 3 to 4 other marketers on the team so everybody can share their stories, answer questions, and it became the most amazing duplication system on the planet. If we taught people the front end to create conversations, like you did this morning for this hour, I think everybody should implement that at their next event. Genius, because you're creating conversations, your marketing is creating curiosity, and then essentially you're getting people in a group, tagging them in a video. The next day, within 24 to 48 hours, you're putting them in a chat to meet other people. And the reason that was so effective, because number one, I've done some of the most amazing three-way calls. I was like, damn, I crushed it. And guess what? That person didn't join. And that was it. I couldn't go back to that three-way call years later, but I can go back into chats a week, 2 weeks, 5 weeks, a year, 2 years, 5 years later. And we've been setting up chats for years. Prospecting chats. We've been ATMing our face off for years and years and years. And there's all these thousands and thousands of people in these groups. And then the offline piece, we do team retreats, we do team events. I'm still a huge fan of offline. I encourage people, I recruited 11 people personally this month. I'm always in the top 5 or 10 in personal production. Our team did 5 million in sales last month, brought in 10,000 new customers. I mean, we're definitely in it to win it. We're in the trenches, leading by example. So I'm still ATMing. I'm still putting people in chats instead of grabbing my upline, which I'll still grab a couple upline. Tony Zalecki, Michelle Barnes are in here. I put them in chats all the time. Just ask them. I'm putting them to work. I'm leading by example. But then I also, Eric, I'll grab some leaders on my team and put them into chats as well, which is great because they chime in, they share their story, but then everybody's seeing that duplication piece. So that's what's worked really, really well for us. And it's all about filling the pipeline. I learned this in the mortgage industry. I'd make 100 calls a day, outbound calls, because even if I had 10 loans in the pipe, I wanted 10 more coming in the back door, because all 10 of those might die. They might not close. You should have that same mindset in your business. You should always be filling the pipeline, adding new friends, adding new people into your groups, or however you expose people to the opportunity. And if you get really good at the front end, you get really good at the back end with the follow-up and the close, Then all you got to do is master what Eric is teaching, which is the duplication piece. And I got to tell you, I sat here a year ago where a lot of you are, and I saw that there was changes happening in the profession. And one of the best decisions we've made over the last couple of years is investing in the next level mastermind. And I would highly recommend getting to 20K a month in your business, not just because 20K a month is a really good place to be if you're not there yet, but getting in his mastermind has been one of the best investments and decisions we've made. And not only are we in it, a bunch of our amazing leaders like Marina Simone and Veronica Alice, Bryn Lang, like there's a lot of people that are on our team in that mastermind, and they're out of their minds excited with their systems, with the movement, all things that they've learned from you the last 12 months, Eric. So thank you for that.
All right, give him a round of applause. Now I have a question to ask, and I want you to be honest. Don't just be agreeable just because because I'm asking a question and you want to be like bold. I want you to be honest. How many of you love recruiting? Raise your hands if you love it. How many of you are wildly uncomfortable with it? Raise your hands. How many won't raise their hands no matter what I ask? There's only 2 questions. How many of you don't love it? Just you don't love it. You'll do it, but you don't love it. How many of you love it? Okay. A confession for you. There's this biggest lie in the world. It's taught, you see it in memes every day on social. All these billionaires and millionaires, you know what their advice is to people? Only do what you love. Because if you only do what you love, you never work a day in your life. And it's the biggest crock of shit ever. It's not real. It's not true. Parents, do you only do what you love? As a parent, an Olympic athlete, do you only do what you love? A prima ballerina, does she only do what she loves? Take a look at her toes. Come on. I mean, to get to what you're passionate about, if there's some passion, that'll get you through the pain. But sometimes you got to do it when you don't love it. I hated it. And they say, if you do it long enough, you'll learn to love it. Nope. I didn't. I was world class at it. I'm amazing. You can drop me in with a parachute and an opportunity, no money, no place to stay. In any country in the world, don't know the language, I can have an organization built. If I've got a company that I could lock in on, I can have an organization built very, very quickly. I can find people, I could start conversations, I could pivot those conversations, I could do presentations, I can have them join the business, I can transfer my vision, I can do all that stuff. But I never loved it. So any of you just like, oh, you know, this is not fun right now. So because it's not fun, I'm just gonna not do it. Because everybody's telling me I only have to do what I love. So I learned to do it because it was part of the sacrifice, because I love this. I love helping somebody out. I love building a team. I love the personal development that's connected to our business. I love all that stuff. So I was willing to do the uncomfortable things. So I'm saying, those of you that are natural, you love it. I'm proud of you. I'm happy for you. For the rest of you, I will tell you, you don't have to love it in order to become world-class at it. You don't have to love the cold plunge for it to be good for you. You don't have to love going to the gym every single time for it to be good for you, right? You don't have to love it. So in this process, I want to know, somebody really wants you to fix the shared screen. Like, I don't know. They can't see me. You don't need to see me. You're hearing me. You're fine. So, Christina, what is the best method today to educate the consumer? Is it a video? Is it a tool? Is it a Zoom? Is it an event? Is it conversation with some other person? Is it some third-party tool somehow, some way? What are you using that's working? Tool, event, person to person, what's working?
Okay, so after your last mastermind, I felt like, oh my gosh, every tool that we have sucks. Like all these people are using all these amazing things, but what we had really was working, and it was systems. And so we have we give the team like bullet points on like do a live. Like we want people to be going live and like getting their adrenaline going, because we know as soon as we're doing that, we're growing. And so we just train on these like little bullet points. We want people doing lives. We want them doing reels, carousels. And then also I would say get in front of anyone you can, like go to your neighbor and just give them a pitch, like go practice your elevator pitch. That was one of the first things my upline had me do. And
So I understand. Are you teaching people to just be the presentation themselves?
Yes,
Or
because
are they saying, are they a delivery person for, here, watch this video, or
well,
I
it
want to introduce you
depends.
to this
We want
other
to
person?
throw them in the deep end and then see what can happen, right? So we want to
Okay.
learn, okay, these people are really good at giving the pitch. They can duplicate that. But if they're struggling with that and they feel like they're not getting any conversations back, then we say, okay, let's have you guide them here. And so we developed a website. It's just a landing page, and it has little quick 3-minute video about the opportunity, a quick 3-minute video about the products. You can look at product packs. So we have a direction for people to go, but we want to see what they're capable of. And honestly, I would have no idea that I loved speaking until I was bombing in front of my neighbor in her front porch. So
Interesting. All right.
For me, it would be events for sure.
Events?
Yeah. When I first started out, I mentioned I didn't really have any support, for my family or my friends or anything. And I was on the fence about quitting the business, and someone took me to an event. And I went to the event and I saw, just my vision exploded. And that's really what's happened. So anything can be an event. An event can be at somebody's living room. An event can be on Zoom. An event can be, a follow-up. They saw a presentation, they're getting to a training. But events do everything. And if you don't attend events, then your vision becomes stagnant. And there's that thing, the law of the lid. You can only grow people or have people inspired to take action if they are stepping into a larger vision. But I have to tell you that, I've been at the top of my company. I hit it a little over a decade ago. And it's been amazing. Like, I love what I do, but I've followed you. And then I joined the mastermind, the Motherload event. Like, the minute I walked in the door, the first day I was in there, I was like, well, this was worth the entire year's admission just to go in there, because now my vision is bigger and now I'm doing things differently with my team. I've got some team here. We've got people watching it online, but this is the event that we're using right now to propel us into 2024, because otherwise people go in holiday mode. So every time you get people to something, the next event, and it's bigger, their mind expands, their vision expands, and that makes them take action.
So Christina, yours was get people out there and have them go present as quickly as possible, test it out, do a trial run. Launch events.
but if you don't have people, because people go, oh, I don't want to have a big party, or it intimidates someone, like go talk to anyone that will listen and just practice your.
Go practice.
Yeah, go practice.
Yeah, that's a kind word to go out there, but you know what I mean? Go practice. It gives people permission to not be perfect. And you can even ask your prospect, can I practice on you? It's a very, very good approach, actually, to ask a prospect.
It takes all the pressure off.
Can I practice on you? I have this thing, I want to show it to you. And yours was events, online or in person. Giordano.
For us, I would say they're all equally important as long as you're consistent with all of them. We have a 1 meeting a week in person recurring. It's been going for years. We never change it. 1 online presentation a week. It's been going for years. We never change it. And we also have the demo video and the comp plan that we send to people that don't have time to either those things. And I always send compensation plan even to people that are only interested in the product for many reasons, because number one, they're going to find out about the business anyway, and then you have to overcome that objection. So I like to put all the cards on the table, and I just tell them, hey, just look at how to do it. If you want to get your product for free, just check out this video. But for me, they're all equally important. In person, online, and the videos, we use all 3 equally. Depends on the person that you're talking to, as long as you're consistent with every single one, I think.
Love it. After.
I agree with what Giordano said. They're all as important. We do have 2 weekly opportunity calls every single week. We have, of course, a landing video. It's a 30-minute video. We have a short 3-minute video. But then we're also heavy on events. Whatever city and country you're in, we have an event usually happening at least once a week. But we're also, at least I am so heavy on 3-way calls. I feel like that's the best way to launch a leader. And
3-way phone calls, 3-way chats, 3-way messages.
3-way calls, Zoom calls.
Okay.
If we can do it in person, then by all means. But a lot of my teams are international, so it's a little bit hard. But 3-way calls where me, my team member, and then the prospect, but they have to watch something before, because I'm not gonna hop on and explain everything, and then they're overwhelmed with all the information and they can't make a decision because it's too much. The phone call is 10 to, and it's usually a Zoom, 10 to 15 minutes, where I'm just basically getting to know the person, right? What do you do? Get some information about them, what's their goals, answer any questions they actually have, and then really just ask them what package you want to get started with, and handle any objections they might have. Now, I feel like this is why three-way calls are really dope, because if you get to know someone and their goals, at the end, if they tell you, well, I don't have the money, well, you told me you want to retire your mom. You're almost 40 years old. When do you want that to happen? So it's almost like, again, use it in a nice, good way, but use the information that the people are giving you to like handle the objections that they're going to give you if they give you at the end. And I feel like that's the best way to even develop leaders in your organization. So the first time it's like a 5-level leadership thing, where first time is like I do it, you watch. Second time we do it together. Third time you do it, and then I watch you close the three-way call, the person on the three-way call. And then the last one is you do it with someone else. And I feel like that builds more solid people, that's instead of just like throwing them, it's like, okay, just do it. I feel like maybe our generation is a little bit scared to just do it. We have a lot of overthinking people these days. So yeah, three-way calls are really powerful. And then after like 3-4 calls, people are just ready to do their own opportunity calls or their own three-way calls with their team and duplicate that system.
Yep. Lori, tool, event, what do you do?
Well, I use third-party tools as often as possible, even when I'm doing my own recruiting, because I'm trying to lead by example. Like a lot of times people will start this business and they'll have the fear of they don't really know what to do to get started. But if you've given the example, even in this position that you're using third-party tools, then they tend to feel more comfortable and they know that they can duplicate what you have done. And then what we do as a team is we have a calendar where we have live events on the products, live events on the business, some live YouTube events. Those have gone really, really well. They're a little bit harder to learn how to do, but they're very effective. And then we have I love in-person events. And so I love that we are at the place where we can do in-person events and then just little meetups whenever that's possible. We do third-party, three-way messages. Thank you very much. We do that a lot. We just kind of basically do all the things.
Recognition. All the things that they mentioned, yes, 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 but also recognition, because you recognize what you want repeated. So even the smallest thing, if someone ATMs their first person, sets up their first chat, they do their first live video, they get their first customer, hit their first rank, whatever it is, we recognize all the things because number one, those people are going to continue doing the thing they're getting recognized for, but also everyone else is like, I want recognition. I want to be on that leaderboard or I want to be a part of that giveaway. So recognition has been a major key to our success and duplication.
Love it, love it. And as you're kind of thinking through your process, right? What I want this to do is to provide clues for you, maybe some tweaks in your system, some things to think about. Finding prospects is usually just a limiting belief, getting past somebody's limiting belief to be able to realize that they have a lot of them. Starting conversations, being normal. After lunch, we'll talk about how to pivot those conversations to product or opportunity, how to effectively do that. And there's some very simple scripts and tools that you can use to pivot once the opportunity presents itself. And then it gets to an invitation where there's a little bit of skill involved. Not a lot, but there's a little bit of skill. That's kind of the gateway skill, inviting, getting somebody to agree to take a look, to agree to understand, okay? And then in presentation, it's tool or event. Right? Tool or event. What are the tools that you're using? And I would ask you all to audit in your organization, what's actually working right now? Is it a 2-on-1? Is it a small group Zoom? You and your upline and somebody in the prospect on a Zoom? Is it face-to-face? Is it face-to-face with technology? Is it back and forth via chat? Is it invite them to somebody's living room? Just really have a high level of self-awareness and pay attention to what's actually working. Not what you want to work, Not just what works for you, but what is actually working that you can find a way to duplicate within your organization. How long of a video is working? You know, some people, what's the perfect length of video? If it's interesting enough, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't. If it's compelling enough, you can go 2 hours and people will watch. But if it's boring, it can't be too short. You know, or if it's, you know what I mean? It's like, get this over with. I'm scrolling. You have to make sure that you're capturing somebody's attention. You're bringing real value in that tool. So sometimes companies come up with tools. Most of the time, leaders come up with good tools. But find out what's working. Start the conversation. Tell your story. Do the thing, whatever that thing is. And it's not necessarily one size fits all, as you're hearing, because there's different personalities and different people are going to do different things. It's like I had my mentor, and again, my introverted nature and my rebellious nature too. They said, you know, we're doing home parties. How many of you guys ever done home parties? Yeah. How many here has done a home party? How many love them? Different number. I hated them. I hated home parties. I'm like, why am I doing this? You drive an hour across town, you get there, the person invited 20 people, 2 people showed up, they won't leave the bathroom because they're so depressed, you know, you're stuck with 2 people that don't know why they're there. You know, you're drawing circles, doing the stuff, your kids are at home, you're missing dinner, you know, there's a customer and one person joins the business, you spend the next hour and a half afterwards re-enrolling your distributor that was so depressed and the results of the evening. And then you go home and you spent 4 hours and you made $58. And I'm like, where is the return on investment for this? I went to my mentor and I'm like, I don't want to do these home meetings. He said, Eric, I said, 57, I'll give you $58 so I don't have to do it. Please. He said, do you agree that they work? Yes. Like define work, but yeah, you're going to sign up somebody, you're going to sell some products. Okay, are you going to be able to get other people? Would you like other people to do it? Yes, other people should do it. For sure. I love this idea. Other people should do it. He said, well, do you agree that if you want everybody in your team to do one a week, then you're going to have to at least do one a week to lead by example and keep sharp? And yeah. He said, well, if you got 10 people to do one a week, and all you have to do to get those 10 to do it is you do it, would you be willing to trade to get 10? I said, maybe. He said, well, what about 100? What about 1,000? I'm like, all right, I'll do the one so the 1,000 will do it. I mean, I've driven 3 hours to somebody's house and nobody showed, and they're in the house and they're pretending they're not home. Curtains are drawn, doors are locked. I'm like, I know you're in there. I have to go to the bathroom. At least let me come in. Finally open the door. There are tears streaming down their face. I knew I couldn't do this. This sucks. Just relax. Let me go to the bathroom, then we'll talk about it. Sit down at the coffee table like, okay, you know, it's going to be all right. Let's talk about how you invited and do all this stuff. But I did end up. Like, not everybody's going to, it's a different level of duplication. Not everybody's going to do a home meeting, but those that do are going to have bigger results. Fine. Not everybody's going to do a live group presentation in a city somewhere, but the ones that do are going to get bigger results. Not everybody's going to learn how to be a presenter, but the ones that do are going to get bigger results. Not everybody's going to travel to support their business, but the ones that do are going to get bigger results. So I just want to pay attention to, like, be willing to sacrifice the one thing that's not comfortable in order to be able to get a lot of people to do the thing that maybe they're not comfortable with, because you can tell your story. Here's what happened to me last week. I had a no-show too. You know, I've done more Zooms in the last 90 days than I'll bet you all of you combined. Well, not combined, but all of you. Promise. I've done 12 to 14 Zooms a day for the last 90 straight days, okay? And I'm getting no-showed. And like, What the actual hell? Why am I getting no-showed? I thought that I actually had earned some respect in this community. And I'm just like sitting there like, I can't believe I'm dealing with another no-show, like 2, 3 no-shows in a day. I'm like, somebody bring me some ice cream or something. I need a little encouragement, damn it. But it was a good lesson, right? The good lesson is, doesn't matter. Does he show me with ice cream? He always does this. So here's what I'd like to do. We got a few minutes left. I want to go one by one. We're going to start with Christina. I'd like you to stand up, take the stage, tell this group what you think they need to hear. You got 2 minutes. Pour yourself into them so they go out there and do bigger things. And very
All
sparkly,
right.
very sparkly, by the way.
Awesome. Thank you. I know I was like Vegas. Okay. So what it like keeps like coming in my head to share with everybody is I feel like most of my team that were like, hey, go do a presentation or go practice in front of people. They'll say, oh, I don't know where to find people. And so what I found was teaching them where to find people. And I loved the exercise that Eric had us do today. But a lot of us were like, well, where are we going to go start messaging people? Let's go to our stories on, Instagram or on Facebook. Who's looking at what? What's our iPhone contact list? So what I like to teach people to do is go on your Facebook community page in your town and start there. And start looking at people who are commenting, who are active. And then what I like to do, since Instagram's like my platform of choice, I will go find them on Instagram and I'll accidentally bump into them on purpose. And I'll be like, oh my gosh, you go to that coffee shop too? I love it. Oh my God, I would love to meet up with you for coffee. And I know they already live in my town and I start having conversations with them. So that way I can build up locally. And I feel like that is one of the greatest ways that I've grown my team locally. So I feel like everybody has a Facebook community page that they can go look at. They can go find those people and they can sample them if you have products that you sample or host something there. And that way you start building up that community because I love the in-person. So
give a round of applause, everybody. Woo! Leanne Gabriel.
I would tell you the most important thing, it's 2 things actually, perspective and longevity. Perspective is really important because you put up with a lot of nonsense in your life. You go to work and you don't like things that happen at work and you just suck it up and go back the next day. But the minute something goes wrong here, everyone goes, oh my God, this isn't for me. I can't do it. But you get beat up every day in your regular career. So this is for you. Keep perspective that here, at least if you have a difficult day, it's something for your future and your family. And the other thing is longevity is everything. I mentioned before, I've been doing this for 28 years. Some of the same people that made fun of me were the same people that came back and got into the business. One of my people right here in my team, she told somebody, if you ever bring it up again, that I will never, ever talk to you and we won't be friends. And now she's one of my top leaders in the United States. So you just have to understand that if you stay around long enough, you're going to win. And the beauty of this is if you're in a period where you've plateaued or you're in a period where you're not having the growth you want, that's where really the juice is, because that's where you have to grow. That's where you have to develop your character. That's where you have to become stronger. And every time you do that, not only do you impact your team, but your spouse is watching you, your children are watching you. And this is truly an industry that can uplift your whole family. I just say my son's looking to go into college right now, and everyone's like, what does he want to do? And I'm like, he wants to be an entrepreneur. What else would he want to do? So that's all I'll share.
Gio.
All right. Just want to let you guys know, you don't have to be great to start, but you need to start if you want to become great, right? Do the things when you're not ready. Because I was not ready to do the presentation the first time I went to Italy. It was garbage, but I did it anyway. I wasn't ready to speak on stage, but I did it anyway. People made fun of my accent. They still do, People try to humiliate, put me down at the beginning when I started this business. I just did it anyway. And I recommend to write down the names of all those people because the best feeling is when you make it, to see their face 6 years after. And another thing I want to let you guys know, you don't need the results to recruit high-level people. I recruit all my top income earner in my team when I had 0 results. Every single one that is making top income in my team, I recruited when I had 0 results, nothing to show. I was not good. I was not making any money. We didn't have any material in Italian or anything like that. But you don't need any of that because, good leader have vision, great leader give vision to people. And that's all I did. I gave people the vision of what was possible and I showed them how hungry I was. And I let them know that I was going to go there with or without them, and they would be lucky to come with me because I was going to go at the top and I was going to wave them from the top if they don't come with me. You know, that's how you recruit people. You don't need any, you know, I hope you guys got value from this. Thank you.
Love it.
Okay, so first of all, we all know here that recruiting is the answer, right? Whatever problems you have right now, the one thing that's gonna solve it is recruiting, right? Your team is not working, you gotta go recruit. Your team is, you're not making any money, you gotta go recruit. So when it comes to recruiting, you wanna have an unlimited number of prospects at all time. Like, you want people to message you and you're like, I cannot respond to all of y'all. And the best way to do it, which is social media, right? So you gotta get so good at, I know a lot of people are like, I've been doing network marketing for way before social media. It is hard. I'm not comfortable with social media. I don't know the right angles. I don't know the right poses, but you gotta get good at it. And you're only gonna get good at it the more you do it. So I want us all, this is an assignment for everyone, for the next 90 days, we're gonna all commit to posting at least 2 TikToks a day, 1 reel a day for the next 90 days. Can we do that? I can almost guarantee you if you do that, your business will at least 2x. Because now you're targeting people all around the world that wanna know what you do, how you make money. And you gotta get creative and good at social media. I see a lot of people, and I feel like I'm a little bit known for that. I'm a little bit good at being controversial. I'm gonna tell you what you don't wanna hear. And that usually is what goes viral, right? When you slap people in the face and they're like, wow, I just got off my job. I did not wanna hear what this girl wanted to say. But let me see what she actually talks about. Let me check her Instagram. And then they end up following you. And then now you're posting about, your business, you're talking about your product, and now you're talking about, the lifestyle, all the color personalities. And now they're like, oh. The first couple times they're gonna be like, she's probably just, it's a scam, it's a pyramid scheme. But then the more you post about it, the more you show who you are, you show your personality, you show that you're a human being, you're relatable. People are like, you know what, I actually like this girl. She's a little on the crazy side, but I kind of like her. So don't feel like, oh my God, I gotta fit in and I gotta do what everyone's doing and I gotta be nice and I gotta be perfect. Be the imperfect you. You're gonna find your own people, right? Jessie Lee always talks about it. May her soul rest in peace. She says, you wanna find your own tribe in network marketing. And the easiest way to do that is by being yourself. So a lot of you guys in person, you have amazing personalities, but I look at your social media, I'm like, you're kind of boring. Add some spice to that. So show who you are. Tell people what kind of food you like. What do you like doing? Tell people on the good days and the bad days you have your business. Talk about the community. Talk about what you love about this platform, how it helped you. And it doesn't have to be always dollars. It doesn't have to be, oh my God, I made the millions of dollars. It can truly be, oh my God, I just got my nails done on a Tuesday at 12 p.m. noon. I used to be usually at my job. To an average person, that's freedom. You don't have to be in Dubai, on New Year's Eve, but we're gonna be. But you don't have to be there to show that lifestyle and financial freedom. So get good at social media, master it. And another really good thing that I always do is I study people. Every single month, I'm taking 2 people on social media, whether they're in network marketing or any other business, and I'm studying how do they post and how do they go viral? What kind of lighting they have? What kind of lipstick is she wearing? What is she like? What's the hookup that she's writing on her videos that made the video go viral? And it's okay to be a copycat in the beginning until you find your own groove. So that would be my advice. I'm gonna be watching y'all. 1 reel, 2 TikToks a day for the next 90 days.
All right. Before we go to Lori, how many of you like, she has assets I don't have when it comes to social media? Anybody? Anybody? Well, yeah, she has followers, whatever. What am I supposed to do? Tomorrow, we're going to be showing you a tool and giving you access to a tool that will make social media posting and creation and engagement very, very easy for you tomorrow morning. So for all of you that are a little nervous about social, you can just chill because we got you, okay? So just chill. So Lori.
Okay, so I love this industry because this is the levelest playing field on earth. I went from I am an introvert. Did not work outside of the home for 25 years. I had 136 friends on Facebook and was terrified to make my first post. So know that it's a level playing field. The other thing is you've heard to create your list. And what I love to do with people when we're talking about recruiting is I have them tell me who do they want to recruit? Who do they want to have as business builders? And they tell me all these wonderful things about these people, like why they want to recruit them, why they would be amazing at the business. And I tell them, and this is what I did when I recruited, is please tell that person that. Because in this life, we don't have a lot of people sharing those types of things and pointing out the things that they see in us. And so this is your opportunity to do that for somebody else. And yes, I recruited my best business builders when I had no proof of success at all. So do not let that be a stumbling block for you. You are just a connector. And one of the keys to my success is I recruited up. I recruited people, and I'm always looking for people that are better than me, more talented than me, more influential than me. So don't let that get in your head that you can't talk to that person. That is what this industry was created for. So thanks.
Awesome. John.
I want to encourage some of you that are maybe problem childs like I was, because I was a drunk punk loser, had earrings, tongue ring, blacked out, wasted every single weekend. And anyone else like that? A couple of you guys? Yeah. Won't raise your hands, I understand. And when I saw network marketing and they were like, it doesn't matter if you're from Yale or jail. And I was like, I'd been to jail. So, I got excited that I could do this. And it was funny because, again, I said this earlier, I went home and told everybody I was getting rich. This was, the most amazing thing I'd ever seen. And of course, a lot of them were going to school, getting a degree, getting a JOB, Journey of the Broke, working for other people, right? Exchanging time for dollars. So when I saw network marketing, I was so excited about the concept, but I didn't realize what I actually needed was the community, the personal development. I met my amazing wife, Nadia. How many of you know Nadia, right? She keeps me in check. You have no idea. One thing we've learned after 18 years of marriage is we're always working on me. But it was life-changing, not just from the financial standpoint. Like, I'm glad it took me 7 years to crack a six-figure income. I'm glad it took me 16 years to become a millionaire because I have perspective. I have gratitude for the struggle. And I rode that freaking struggle bus for a very, 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 very long time, but it was because I needed to grow and develop to the person I am today. And like Leanne said, and everyone up here talked about longevity, playing the long game. I said I enrolled 11 people personally this month. What I didn't mention is that half those people just started following me, and the other half I've known for years and years and years, and I'm the one that asked them if they're keeping their income options open. I went to them. Still, after 22 years, I ask people if they're open. So work on you, work your face off, get committed. And I would have a goal next year, if you're planning on coming next year, which obviously you are, is to have 10 times more people from your team here. So you got 5, have 50, right? You have a year, because events will change the game for you. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
All right. And I have one more to share. A year ago, a lot can change in a year, right? One of the most prolific recruiters ever in network marketing we lost this year. So, she's got a little bit to say. Check a video. I've known Jessie Lee Ward for quite some time now, and let me tell you something. She is an absolutely phenomenal, not only leader, but teacher. She's one of the best I've ever seen in my 35 years in network marketing.
One day when they write the history books about network marketing, her name definitely will be in it. So, ladies and gentlemen, Jessie Lee.
Hello, everybody. What's going on? It's Jessie Lee. You can call me #BossLee, and I'm excited to be with you here today. I love recruiting because you get to actively watch people that you start to care about and build relationships with change their entire world. Remember, we're all in the business of relationships. This is all a relationship business. The good people win most. I promise you. And I know for some of you that doesn't make any sense logically to you right now, but the limit doesn't exist. It's somewhere in your mind. You're putting some kind of limitation on what you can do. Get to know people. This is before you even enroll them, right? Can you watch their stories? Can you engage with them so you know who they are? You were put here for a bigger reason than yourself, and allowing God to speak through you and not overthinking every single little thing we do and not questioning your DMOs and your mentor and everything in between, and just being and living and loving. And so I would just say I would have loved more, and I would have loved myself more, and I would have loved out loud sooner. I love so boldly online now and in person, and I'm not stopping anymore. I know I'm loud. I know some of you are a little shaken up right now with my energy. I get it. But baby, this is me. My mom said, Jessie Lee, she came out screaming and she just never stopped. Okay, that's me. I'm not out here trying to be anybody else who is on this stage. I'm not trying to be Louisa. I'm not trying to be Diana. I'm not trying to be Mimi. I'm me. And people told me your heart is too big. Well, let me tell you something. My heart is my superpower. It's also my biggest weakness, and I don't care. It's not going anywhere. So when you need me, I'm there. And that makes me powerful. I was raised by my Nana and granddad in a small country town in Middletown, Maryland. I ate lunch alone for all 12 years of K through 12 because no one liked me. I was weird. I just never really fit in until this profession. And so I say that to you as the girl that started almost a decade ago needing $300 a month to pay her rent, and now a multimillionaire, that it can be you. I love you all, and I appreciate you all, and I know for some of you are like, what? And someday when we meet each other, we can give each other a million reasons to love one another. And I do know that you are in the best profession possible with no limitations. Thank you. I love you guys. I appreciate you.
Give it up for Jessie Lee, these great panelists, and let the next person be you. We're looking for the next one. Thank you, everybody. We got our host coming back out to close us to lunch, but come on in.
Thank you, brother. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for this very first couple of sessions here at GoPro 2023, and what a way to end. Very challenging to come up after that. I see a lot of wet eyes in the room. I felt it, just like you did. It's amazing what impact people can have on us. So, thank you, Jessie. Jessie Lee, I should say. So, going out to lunch right now. We're going to break. Eric threw me a curveball with that. That video is very special, so I'm trying to keep my composure right now. A couple of things as we get started. For those of you that are listening and online, first want to discuss the replay. Now, I have not mentioned this yet, but everything is being recorded, of course. And after 3 hours, the sessions that we have are then uploaded into the dashboard. So for those of you that are at home, that dashboard is available, and you should see those sessions populating. So I know you're all over the world. Some of you are, it's in the middle of the night. I know Ariba Khan in Pakistan, it's like 2 a.m. right now. I know that, Ariba. I know that there are those that are, it's the morning. And so as you may need to, and you're online and you may need to tune out, know that those replays are available. Join, obviously be here with us live. But for those that want to have that as a solution, keep that in mind. Second thing I want you to keep in mind for those of you that are on is that the streaming of this event ends at this lunch, which means if you're following us on Facebook or you're following us on Instagram right now, just know that you right now are about to get cut off from all of this valuable data. So no more free rides, streamers. Join us. All you have to do is go to GoPro2023.com. And when you go to GoPro2023.com, you can get a ticket for this event and join us for the next 2 days. Now, for those of you that are here live and those that are in the dashboard, should those people join us for the next couple of days? What do you think? Let's rally the troops. That's what we're here to do. We're rallying the troops. We are representing countries from all over the world. We're creating a new world together right now here at this event. So we're going to break for lunch. A couple of other things that we need to discuss. If you have a Mercedes Sprinter van, first of all, congratulations. Those were hard to come by during COVID. Okay. If you have one, it is parked in the neighbor's parking spot. So if you wouldn't mind, just make sure that you do that. And as we as we are parking here at the facility, make sure that you're not parking in any of our neighbors' marked spots. Thank you for doing that for the live group. Now, as we break for lunch, we've got to keep in mind we have a lot of people to feed, and we're going to be breaking for lunch both online and here live. For those of you that are online, we're going to take about a 15-minute break, and then we have a VIP Q&A lunch for any of you that have those VIP tickets. And I see your backgrounds all around. So for those of you with those VIP tickets, that will start in about 15 minutes. Okay, so keep that in mind. The lunch is going to go for about an hour, but I mentioned earlier, we may need to pivot. Is that okay if we pivot? I want to make sure we know that. We're going to start here with the live group with lunch with this section right here. All right. And here's what we're going to do. We have to do this orderly because we don't have, because we have a short amount of time, short amount of, a smaller space to work with based on the amount of people that we have here. First of all, thank you for being here, flying in from all over, taking the time to do it. The way we're going to do it is there's two different areas you can exit out of. This area right here, and then this area over here. Those of you that are in the back couple of rows, if you could start heading out to lunch over there. When you come back, we are going to be going over the Hall of Fame. We've got more from Eric Warre. We've got Patrick Bet-David coming back later today. So hurry back from lunch. We want to do this as quickly as we can. You guys want to keep going? Yeah. We just got started right now. So first couple of rows back, and then as soon as they clear out and you guys want to kind of head out that direction right there from this section, if we and these two sides, if these two, very graceful, these two sides right here, if you could just hang out for just a moment so that we can kind of do this in an orderly fashion. So wanted to make sure that as we do that, as soon as this kind of clears up, if you're in the back, go through the back area, and then if you're in the front, kind of go through this area, and we'll just kind of slowly make that move happen. Now, while we're doing that, and those of you that are joining us online, go take your break, get a lunch, make sure you're grab whatever products that help you have energy inside your company's product line. Grab those energy products, grab lunch, and Susie, I just saw you yawn, Susie McClintock. No yawning yet. We are just starting. All right. So make sure that you are fully fed, and we will be back here right around 2:00. And we will do our best to be there. If that changes, we will try to keep you updated as that is done. All right. So once again, thank you everyone for being here. Thank you for the energy. I feel like this participation level's been off the charts. The value's been off the charts. Am I right? Yeah. All right. So one more round of applause, and then we'll slowly start doing this for the next hour. Thank you very much, everyone. Appreciate you. So much fun.